Alright guys, BLM here, back with a new live stream, and hopefully the stream goes well tonight. I am testing out a new internet extender, see if that works, in terms of making the stream a bit more stable, considering it hasn't been the last two, but we'll see. But yeah, obviously we got Survivor 42, episode 3, which was definitely the best episode of the season. We got Australian Survivor, which was also one of the better episodes of the season. And, yeah, and BB Can's been good, so, yeah, a lot of good stuff to talk about. So yeah, we're gonna start AC3 tonight. I will be doing a 10-year retrospective of this at some point. Well, I mean, obviously on the 10-year anniversary, just like, 8 months down the road? So, whatever. We're playing it now. Yeah, so Spices Tribal we've seen in a while. Yeah, this is a pretty insane one. And all of it pretty much perpetuated by this, like, people losing votes, which is exactly what I talked about in 41, where, like, I mean, like, even though this was a great tribal, this is not where I want the game to be going. Like, I think it's still fucking dumb that we're taking away this many votes on these very small tribes. Like, actually, this is something I didn't even realize until I was listening to Know-It-Alls. That, essentially, if Taku goes to tribal again, only 2 people are voting. There's literally only Lindsay and Jonathan. So, what the fuck are we doing in terms of, the vote situation? But again, still really fun tribal, really great episode, but, whatever.
Used to be when people talked about the end of the world.
Yeah, Chanel, I don't know what the fuck Chanel did. I don't know what the fuck Daniel was doing. Just really bad episode. And again, it's funny because my power ranking pretty much stayed the same, with the exception of, I mean, really Daniel dropping, like, 9 spots on my power ranking. He was number 2, now he's number 11. So yeah, I mean, like, really, that was insane. Which was, I mean, I think essays was still better. I mean, like, for them to actually go to rocks is, like, fucking insane. Like, go to rocks in episode 2. Like, that's still insane, but, yeah, this was still really strong as well. I will say, like, the result was not that surprising to me. I mean, like, by the time we got to tribal, I was like, okay, so they're obviously setting up that, that Hai is going to recognize what they're doing. He's gonna switch his vote. It's gonna be 2-2 tie. Daniel's gonna flip. The thing I didn't expect was, and also I expected them to go to the deliberation phase because there was so much time left in the episode. Like, we got to the vote with 17 minutes left in the episode. So, again, like, I was pretty sure we were getting to the deliberation phase, but I did not, like, expect it to be, like, that much of a train wreck. Really, Daniel just, like, completely blows up his game there. Like, and a lot of it's, like, I assume it's him trying to pin the blame on Chanel. And it's, like, this, like, just completely burns his relationship with Chanel. And also, it's like, through this vote now, with Mike still not being able to vote next tribal, and now there being this Daniel versus Chanel thing, like, now, like, Hai and Lydia, like, control the vote at this point. It's like, it's funny that, like, they come into this vote down in numbers, but they're coming out of it, like, pretty much in the swing position. So, I mean, really just insane results here. But yeah, like, I do think, I think Daniel's done, though. Like, I think if they ever go to tribal again, I think Daniel's the one to go home. Like, they just dunked on him so hard in Yedit, that I feel like he's the one that's gonna take the fall for this. Why'd he even try to burn Chanel like that? Again, like, I think it was him trying to build back trust with Hai. Like, I get what he was trying to do, it's just that what he was trying to do was, like, not, like, terrible to do, especially, like, in front of Chanel. Yeah, like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, what terrible gameplay this episode. I mean, again, both Chanel and Daniel both played really terribly here. Like, it's funny that, like, obviously, I mean, Hai plays well, but, like, again, Hai was getting blindsided. before like he flips his vote. I guess Lydia was getting blindsided just in general. And then like I don't know what Mike was really doing by the end of it. So it's like I'm thinking like did Jenny play this round the best, despite the fact that she's the one that went home? Like I think that's like a humorous element of this too. Yeah, it's like again, what a train wreck. Chanel even stopped Ty and Lydia from splitting the vote. Yeah, I mean initially at least, yeah. Because Ty flips it later on, but again, that would have been an insane move, like a 2-1-1 vote. If they were able to pull that off, that would have been very impressive. But yeah, I mean, like I don't know what Daniel's doing too. With him, like at Tribal, he says, I forgot the people that like calm me down are Mike. Like, what was it? Mike, Chanel, my mom, and my girlfriend, or whatever. But it's like, why say Mike? Like, doesn't that make it pretty clear that you're on Mike's side? But yeah, I mean, again, I talked about that earlier. Daniel dropped from 2 in my power rankings to 11. Like, again, what a fucking disaster that was. Like, I think Daniel's next to go from that tribe. It's like obviously it's him or Chanel. Like it has to be 1 to 2. Like I'll be very, very surprised if it's not 1 to 2. But like I feel like based on like the edit just completely dunking on him earlier in the episode, like him also being the one that is like more flippy floppy at Tribal. And also we got like Chanel saying that Daniel's a snake or whatever, and that got subtitled and everything. Like I feel like Daniel's the one to go home from this. I think Chanel win that war. I think she'll win that war. She's not winning the season. I think Chanel's also dead after this episode. I saw so many people, like the Edge community was like pretty high on Chanel coming into this episode, and like I didn't see it. Like I saw that there was like potential for her to be a top contender, but like I never actually saw her as a top contender coming in this episode. But like this episode, just like yeah, no shot. She's not winning this season. Which I will say at this point, I think the winner's on Taku. Like, I feel like that's where we're going with this. Either that or, like, Taku's going to be, like, the underdog tribe coming to the merge. It's one of the two. Because, like, it could just be another, Yasa? Was that their name last season? It could be another situation like that. But, like, I feel like for sure, that Taku, I thought this even after last episode they were going to get the merge together, but I think this episode really solidifies that. I think they're going to get to the merge together, and I think all 4 of them are like 4 most likely to win at this point. Is this 60 on? Whatever. Yeah, Ika got no content. That was interesting. I don't think it's as detrimental. Like people, like I saw it on Edgic. On the Edge of Reddit and everything, people were saying, okay, someone from Ika's not winning. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Because, like, realistically, there was so much to show in this episode that I think it makes sense that they didn't show Ika. I mean, because, like, if we're looking at the segments on this episode, it was at the very beginning showing Taku after the last Tribal, and they had to show this because Marianne finds the Beware Vantage and then says the phrase at Tribal, so, like, they had to show it. Immediately after that, we get, fuck's their name, Vati, and we get the Daniel and Mike idol things, and, like, I think that, like, while it wasn't 100% necessary to the episode, I do feel like, one, it dunks on Daniel, which I think is going to be a prominent thing moving forward, until his boot, but then also, it's, like, just a good TV moment, like, of, like, them losing, Mike's idol. And I feel like there's no way they weren't going to show that. And then after that's the immunity challenge, which took up, 15 minutes of the episode. And then after that, obviously, it was post-tribal, or post-immunity challenge. And then tribal itself took, 20 minutes of the episode. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, like, I can excuse that there's no Ika in this episode, but I also don't think Ika's going to win. I don't think anyone on there's going to win. But I think Drea is probably the most likely, but even then, I don't think any of them are.
Do you hear us?
Yeah.
Erica had stretches where she wasn't shown. Kind of. She didn't have that many stretches, though. Like, she only had, like, what, episode 2 and 3, maybe? I don't remember. But she was definitely in the premiere, again, very minorly, but she was in the premiere. And then by episode 4, she was already, like, the underdog. And then after that, like, she was not necessarily, like, she didn't get the focus, but they talked about her. Where, like, there was, like, Deshawn talking about taking out Erica and everything. So it's like, it really was only, like, 2 episodes. And then I think was it the Tiffany boot that Erica was in that prominent? Oh, no, it was the Sydney boot. After the Hourglass stuff. But yeah, like, I don't think, I think people just misunderstand Erica's edit for the most part. Why is it flickering so much? This is like the 3rd time the game's flickered. I think this game isn't the most stable on PS5. We'll see. Just clarifying, does the idol go out when Mike goes out, or did, like, I mean, if... Wait, so what were we talking about? So if Mike gets voted out, like, isn't it just the Brad situation? Like, because this happened last time, right? Where Brad got voted out in 41 with the Beware Vantage. So, like, they would just rehide it. But yeah, it goes out with Mike. But it just, like, it would just be rehidden. So watch AU. Well, there's a lot to talk about from AU. Yeah, we'll still talk about 41 first, I think. But yeah, they'll just rehide the Beware Vantage. That happened to Brad last time. Thoughts on Immunity Challenge? I kind of predicted it, that's what they were gonna do. It was pretty good TV though, in terms of, like, especially like Jonathan doing as, like, he pretty much, like, single-handedly wins the challenge for his tribe. It's like, that was kind of insane. And then, like, the other 2 tribes continue to struggle, and then obviously they tell them to continue from land again. That's kind of what I expected, that they were going to, like, stop the challenge, restart it outside the water.
That raise your synchronization rate.
Still 2 episodes from AU this week? Yes.
And kill the 2 Templars.
There's only 2 weeks left too, right? Unless they split it up in like the final week into 2 for some reason. They've done it in the past, but what video is Saturday? I think it's recasting All Stars. Is this Saturday's video? Which I will say, the channel's not doing the greatest right now. So I did think about, like, swapping it out for something else, but I don't really have another video to swap it out for that would do that much better. So it's like, whatever. That'll probably be the video. Is Tori? Oh yeah, fuck. Tori still hasn't gotten the Beware Vantage, hasn't she? I completely forgot about that until now. Yeah, they still haven't done that yet. Yeah, like, how have they not found it by now? Like, what day are we at? Are we at day... What's, like, day 7 or so, right?
Sir?
Okay, they had a week.
Everything all right, sir?
Was there a reason they changed it? The schedule? I believe there was a new show that started that airs on Tuesdays.
Don't forget you
so that's why there's no Tuesday episode anymore. It's like a dog show, from what I understand.
Where shall I retrieve you once you're done?
Front of the Opera House.
Yeah, this is essentially Jonathan winning individual immunity, this entire challenge. It's like he pretty much did everything himself, right? I guess Lindsay, like, did swim competently to where he didn't have to help her out, but outside of that, like, he pretty much did everything.
Invitation, please. Shall I take your coat, sir?
Might just be out of order. In terms of what? Finding the idols? Or finding the Beware Vantage?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested.
Can't believe how bad Daniel fumbled this tribal. Yeah, I mean, again, like, I don't know why he just didn't flip right away. Like, if it was me, like, I would have flipped instantly at the revote. I don't even know why he let it get to deliberation.
This way, please.
But he's like, what incentive would Hai have to flip at that point? Like, Hai doesn't even know what the fuck's going on. Like, you're the one that knows all the information. Like, why aren't you flipping? And yeah, he burns closest ally. It seems like we saw that in the preview, right? That Mike and Daniel were also getting into, like, a bit of a spat. So Like, I don't know where he has to go at this point.
I can't tell you how happy I was to hear they.
The Chanel's horrible decision, fucker alliance. Yes. I find, again, like, no way Chanel is winning. I feel like after this episode, like, this was so bad in terms of like how much they undermined her throughout Shipwheel Island, where we got like so much talk about like how she needs to keep her vote and everything, and then she just like risks her vote for whatever reason. Mind you, I mean, that is like a theme of the season is like I forgot that they fixed that in this game, but in the remaster. But yeah, I forgot, that is the thing that they've been highlighting is like, oh, you gotta take risks and whatnot. But like the edit very clearly makes it so that like this is not the risk to take. And again, like I don't know how she thought this was like a good move. I mean, again, like she thought she could do a 2-1-1. I think that's really the main explanation, is that she thought she could pull off the 2-1-1. And to be fair, like, kind of seemed to almost do it. Like, it did seem like it was going to go through. So, I mean, really, you can also blame Daniel even before that, because it seemed... Actually, no, because, like, Hyde does say that, like, Chanel was panicky, right? And that's how he noticed the first time. So, whatever. Benjamin Rocks was second thing spoiled for me after, Oh, was it spoiled? What? Well, I don't know, whatever. Which gameplay is better, Brains vs. Brawn or Blood vs. Water? Gameplay? It's like... I think it's close, just in the fact that the main difference is that Brains vs. Brawn had actively bad gameplay, while Blood vs. Water has a lot of very passive gameplay. But then you like on Brains vs. Brawn, you have George and Haley, two of the all-time best players for Australian Survivor. While this season, it's like you have Mark and Josh, and Sam. It's like I don't think any of the. Maybe it's like we'll have to see the season, how the season plays out in terms of if they compare to George, but I feel like none of them are as good as Haley to me. I think it comes down to like which one do you think is worse passive gameplay or actively bad gameplay?
I've got a bit of stage fright.
A little Dutch courage will put a bloom in your cheek.
Is Josh the second best player this season? I would say probably third best. Probably. I mean, because I think Mark and Sam are probably 1 and 2, especially if Mark ends up winning. I think at this point it's like probably I would actually go Josh over Mark at this point. But again, I'm expecting Mark to win. But yeah, like Sam, Sam is like such a complex player to analyze from this season, where it's like so much of her game, especially in the post-merge, is based around her trying to give Mark the win, essentially. Like, because like the entire point of their game is for one of the two to win. It's not for one individual to win. They're not playing as an individual. They're playing as a duo, needing to get one of them to win. And I think that, like, when you take that into account with Sam's game, like, it does make it tough to gauge, because it's like she does make moves that are not optimal for her game, but they are optimal for Mark's game. So it's like, how much like do you knock her for not playing in her best interest, when like really it is in her best interest even from outside the game, because like again, like she gets the money if Mark wins too. Yeah, it's like she only plays the way she plays on this season because she has Mark there. Like, I feel like if she didn't have Mark, she would have played, like, she would have tried to keep around Khan. She would have tried to keep around Jesse. But it's like she has Mark, who also, like, comes into the merge with more numbers. And also just, like, probably more likely to win the game just on the offset. So it's like, I don't think you can really falter too much for, like, more so trying to propel Mark to a win over her as an individual winning. Is Mark having 2 idols better than each having 1? Yes. 1 billion%. Like, optimal move here is for Sam to go home. Mind you, it would have been optimal for her to go home in 1 more round. It would have been nice if Sam stayed to the final 7, then got voted out, and then he has 2 idols to use back to back. And like he's guaranteed final 4 with him just needing to win final immunity, and even that, it's like it's not guaranteed that he doesn't have the numbers at that point either. So it's like he could just straight up have the numbers to get through that round. So it's like that would be ideal, is 1 more round with Sam and then play both idols. But again, even now, like for sure, the best move. Can you play idol at Final 5? You can almost every other season of the show. Again, who knows how Australian Survivor's changing rules. But in the US, it's been like that since Redemption Island. And even then, I think... didn't they change it at one point? I think one of the earlier seasons had... Well, I mean, technically the God Idol was able until 4, but...
And how was the opera?
Rather dull.
I think in Fiji you could play it at 5, right? Yeah, because Earl played it at 5 in Fiji.
Shall we be all
so I don't know when they changed it, but at some point they changed it to 6. And then changed it back after Nicaragua. But again, like I'm assuming in Australian Survivor you can play it at 5.
Gentlemen, I hold in my hand.
Will anyone from 41, 42 get cast for a Legend season on 50? Probably. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if they'll. The thing is, like, I don't think they're ever going to call the season Survivor Legends. Like, when we talk about, like, Survivor Legends being Survivor 50, I don't think they're ever going to actually name it Survivor Legends. It's really just going to be an all-star season with a high pedestal of who's on there. So, like, I can definitely see, like, Shan being on Survivor 50. I can see Ricard being on Survivor 50. Like, I can see, like, the bigger players. But, like, it's... I still think you're going to probably... Like, if they go all out for 50, which you would think that they would. Again, I think you're still going to see, like, the Cerise. You're going to see... I don't know, who else is a big name nowadays that is actually likely to come back.
Gentlemen.
Actually, yeah, who's left that would actually come back after 40? That's like still a big name. I'm not talking about like the Adams and like Sophie's, who are like big names, but like not like too, not like these massive legend figures. Maybe like Ozzy, but like I don't know if they want Ozzy.
I'm yours to command.
I don't know if they want James.
This magnitude will require more than just myself.
Of course.
I don't know who they would get back, but Parvati's not coming back. Earl, again, isn't a big enough name to me. I would love to see Earl play again. I think Earl's one of the best players. He's not like household. Like, he's not like a person that every Survivor fan knows. Rick Devens, yeah, Rick Devens probably. Aubrey, maybe. Wentworth is not coming back, I don't think. I'm too fair. Wentworth and Aubrey are probably around the same level of potential of comeback. Rick Devens is coming back every time he gets asked, I think. Christian, maybe, if he has the time. I think he's one of these people that like would probably come back if he could get time off, but who knows if he can. Yeah, 42 obviously it's like just too early to gauge who would come back for like a big all-star season. I think you could already tell that they would like want people like a Mary Ann back. They would want I don't know who else, like maybe Mike. What's just like a big character this season? Do I think production learned from their mistakes? In terms of what? I think they've learned from certain mistakes. I don't think they learned from every... I mean, like, it's like a matter of what you think is a mistake, really. Eliza, maybe, if... I don't know, are they still looking at Eliza as a... someone to bring back for Survivor? Oh, Coach. Yeah, Coach is a good one. I forgot about Coach. I think Coach would come back one more time. Like, he's been pretty flip-floppy on whether or not he would come back. But yeah, I think one more time he would. If it's a big season.
Of course.
Have I ever led you astray?
And maybe Malcolm. Maybe Malcolm's in there too.
Have faith, my friend.
Andrea, maybe? I think she's one of these people that like would hesitantly say yes. I think it's more of a matter like, does production really want her at this point?
Fancy yourself a joker, eh?
Is Malcolm someone that will say yes every time? No. But I think he would for like Survivor 50. But I think if it's like a random... I mean, he's already turned down seasons. Like, we know he turned down Blood vs. Water. Mind you, that was 3 seasons back-to-back. I forgot how fucked the lighting is on the remaster. Like, this is really bad. I don't think Tony's coming back. I'd be pretty surprised if Tony comes back. Oh, I'm not even paying attention. Natalie Anderson, probably. I think that's probably likely. Michelle, also. See, oh yeah, Sierra. Sierra's a good one too. Sierra would probably come back. I think Sierra's one of these people that would say yes every time. And we literally saw her say yes to Game Changers immediately after Cambodia. So I mean, yeah. I mentioned Cirie was one of the first people I said. Cirie's like the biggest lock. I feel like if they're doing like if they're trying to get a legend caliber cast, Cirie is the biggest lock on the board of being there. I cannot imagine them doing it without Cirie. In the sense that I think she's for sure being asked, and I think she's for sure saying yes. Rupert, maybe Rupert. I think the question of Rupert is, do they want Rupert? Like, do they feel like Rupert fits into modern Survivor? I think that's the biggest question. Because, like, I don't know if he's really what they're looking for anymore. But then he's such a big, like, fan favorite from back in the day that I don't know if they would turn him down. Sandra, I don't think would do it. I don't know, maybe. I think if they offered her enough money, she would do it.
These thought we were simply passing the time.
Well, I think if they were asked her right now, I think she would say no.
How about you pass the time?
But I think by 50, probably.
Instead. I wasn't aware I was paying you to loll about.
Dominic's a lock, probably, but...
A word, please, Mr. Kenway.
I think he's a lock right now.
Oh,
I think, again, 50's a ways away. That's still, what, 4 years away at this point?
Where's your knife back?
Like, that's a decent amount of time. It's where, like, who knows who comes up in time between them, but yeah, I would say Dominic, and, like, where the, like, meta is at that point, but yeah, I think Dominic's pretty likely. I don't think Russell's coming back.
Your problems have nothing to do with me.
I beg your pardon?
You're a poor leader, ill-tempered and cruel.
Hey, I still can't believe Dominic's on the challenge. That's still a fucking weird thing.
Look, I don't want to argue. In fact, I need a favor.
Where I rank safety without power, I mean...
Rich. I suspect
who
some
had
of the
it?
men...
Oh, 2019 was Luke, right?
Really? What a surprise.
So we're talking about, what, Luke using it? We have George using it. We have KJ.
And why should I help?
Who did they even use it on in SA? I don't even remember anymore. Was it Anella? Is that who they used it on?
Well, what will it be?
If what you say is
and then
true,
40. I mean, like, 40 is the most, like, inconsequential one, right? Actually, no, because that caused, like, the live tribal, right? Because, like, Jeremy was, like, the easy boot, and then they had to switch it to Tyson.
I'll not hesitate but to cut off your head myself. Are we understood?
I don't think Jeremy is not playing again. I would be mind-blown if Jeremy ever plays again. Like, I just do not see the incentive for him to do it.
Good day.
Considering, like, I just feel like Winners at War feels like the time for him to bow out. Considering, like, how much he didn't even want to come back for Winners at War, but just, like, felt like it was Winners at War, I had to come back. Like, I just don't see why he would want to do it again. Amanda, again, is iffy. Like, she mentioned on Instagram, like, a few years ago that she wouldn't mind coming back. But again, that's a few years ago. She did say at the time of Heroes vs. Villains that she doesn't want to play again, so who really knows?
Captain?
Yeah, I knew Chappie's used it. I just forgot who he used it on, so he used it on Anella.
Whatever they're up to, I believe it's coming to a head.
That one didn't matter, right? Did it?
I'd best get to work.
I don't remember. How'd that tribal work? They used it on Anella. Because what, didn't they have, like, a Muni necklace and an idol also? Wasn't that a thing? I don't remember the fucking tribal anymore. Yeah, Hatch supposedly was going to be on Winners at War until the Dan situation, then they cut him. Which, again, makes sense. You definitely don't want to have Richard Hatch on there like immediately after the dance stuff happens. I feel like that's definitely a bad look. But it's also like kind of sucks, just because like obviously Richard Hatch is like a massive name, and I think at this point I don't know if they would risk Richard Hatch coming back in, especially now that he's like talking about production. I think Tina's probably more likely to come back. But I think Tina's one of these people that would say yes every time she's asked.
I've come with a question.
What's that?
But yeah, like I don't expect it to go well for her though.
Said anything that struck you as out of the ordinary?
The boys cry about.
Yeah, like I think Ben's there if he wants it. I don't know if he wants it though.
Beyond that, I ain't heard much.
Dang, I'm surprised he's doing the challenge, but I don't think he wants Survivor again.
And where might I find
Mike, I think, will probably be in the running. It's just a matter of like, would they actually put him on the cast? Penner, I think, is interesting. I would like to see Penner again. And yeah, he would do it. It's just again also a matter of like, do they want him? Rob Ciccinino's not coming back. I would be very surprised if he ever plays Survivor again, unless it's like the final season of the show.
I figured as much.
Oh yeah, Tyson's probably back as well for 50. I think he's probably one of the, like really, I think him and Suri are probably the two most likely from like pre-20.
Anything that gives cause for concern.
Yao-Man's not playing again. Yao-Man doesn't want to play again. Also, like, I don't think it would go well anyway. I think Spencer, depending on how the recent events have harmed like production's view on him, if they even know about it, like if it's not for that, I think Spencer would be on. Angelina, I think, is one of these people that like it'll have the timing would have to be right. I don't think it's a guarantee.
Thank you for the information.
I think it's similar for Christian. Todd, I don't think is playing again. If they didn't bring him back for Winners at War and didn't really heavily consider him, he's not coming back again. I don't think Wentworth will play again. She's openly talked about how she doesn't want to play again. Again, things can change because she even said like a similar thing after Second Chance about how she was going to take a long time off and like she comes back within like 3 years. But
how are things?
Yeah, I don't see it
That's the way I like it.
being super likely for a Wentworth return.
What brings you topside?
What happened with Spencer? He's anti-vax and stuff, and
Take care where you tread.
talked about like conspiracy theories and stuff in his Reddit AMA.
What was that?
When Wentworth say that she wouldn't play again, every single time she's asked if she's going to play again. Like, she's literally said it like a billion times. I can't point you to just one example, but just look up anything revolving around Wentworth and listen to her talk. She does not want to play again, based on any of the things, based on any of the interviews she's done.
He's cut her rations again.
Eddie or Reynolds, they're not coming back. Especially for, like, a Legend season. But, like, even beyond that, it's like, I don't think they're coming back at this point. I don't think production cares about them. Really, I don't think any of the fans from 26 have any shot of coming back. Which is a shame, because I do think, like, Michael Snow could be interesting. I think Reynolds would be interesting. What am I doing right now? Oh, the noise. Okay. Brad Culpepper, I think, is somewhat likely. It's a matter of does he want to come back. I think production would call him. I mean, we know he got the call for 40. So it's like, again, don't know if he's like in the top 20 of the people that they want to be on the cast, but it really top 10 for the men, and really even beyond that, like he has to be top 5 of, like at least top 5 of all the white men. So it's like who knows if he actually qualifies in that like demographic at this point, but he's definitely someone that they would ask. Sherry should come back. I think I'm good. I don't think I need to see Sherry play again. Also still in the community. I don't think it'll be shot. I mean, like, I don't think he's, again, I don't think they care about him. And the same thing goes for like a Matt Bischoff. Like, I think, again, even though they're still around the community, like, I don't think that means that they have a bigger chance of coming back necessarily. And again, we've seen this with Bryce, who is someone that is like very much in the community, very much wants to play again, and from what I understand, has never gotten a call. Like, I don't think they care if they're in the community or not.
It's only a matter of time before whoever's following it.
Are there any one-time pre-Korong players that'll be asked back? I think so, but not many.
Everybody down!
Like, I think it would, like, if, especially pre-Heroes vs. Villains, I think it's going to be the same names we've heard about. I don't think they're going to do, any... Oh, yeah, I did watch Will Neff watching Kageon. He watched the fucking Merge episode last night. That was insane. Yeah, that's been great. Even though, like, I get the sense that Will Neff doesn't actually like Survivor. I think through I've watched him watch, the ending of Samoa, all of Heroes vs. Villains, and now, like, the first half of Kageon. I don't think he actually likes Survivor. Like, I think he's purely watching it just because people want him to watch it. But yeah, I don't get the sense that he actually likes the show that much.
Strange. There's no sign of mutiny aboard. Doesn't make sense.
Like, I mean, there's obviously, like, these moments that, like, he's, like, really, like, big. I mean, there's, like, these moments that he's, like, finds funny and everything. But, like, I don't think he likes the show nearly as much as, like, obviously, like, we do. But, yeah, has he been spawned Kageon? I don't think so. I haven't seen him getting spawned Kageon. Which will be interesting to see him react to, like, Tony winning. And really, I mean, like, seeing his reaction to, like, the LJ vote. You got... the proper Spy Shack stuff, which hasn't really happened yet. I'm Spencer's underdog run. And also what's funny, too, is that he's, like, pretty, like, his reaction to this season is pretty much the complete opposite of the reaction to the to the fan base at the time of Kageon. Where it's like, he hates the Brains Tribe. Which, like, at the time, like, the Brains Tribe were the underdogs. Everyone loved the Brains Tribe. Mind you, they haven't gotten the underdog run yet, but, like, even at the time of the merge, like, people were rooting for the Brains Tribe over Tony and LJ. Like, people hated Tony at the time. So, like, it is funny, that his reaction to the show is, like, kind of the opposite of what the casual fan base was. How can you hate Tony? Again, like, a lot of people did not like Tony at the time of Kageon. A lot of people saw him as, like, Russell Hantz 2.0. Which also, that was probably, like, peak anti-Russell Hantz. Actually, I don't know if it was peak anti-Russell Hantz, but it was definitely, definitely at the point where Russell Hantz was not the most well-liked figure. I mean, he had just had, like, Brandon Hantz had been on 2 seasons at that point, just had the Caramoan stuff. Willie Hantz happened, like, not too long ago also. So, I mean, like, yeah, Russell Hantz is not, like, a well-loved figure by that point. And, I mean, there's still people that hate Tony now. I think it's, like, a very minor portion of the fan base. But, yeah, like, people, there's still definitely people that hate Tony. Yeah, I can't believe that Brandon Hantz was 19 on South Pacific. That's really insane.
Catch us anyway.
Oh, yeah, like, seeing him react to the Heroes vs. Villains finale is hilarious. To the point where, like, Peridium had to, like, hop on and, like, console him and everything.
It's our only chance.
I won't do it.
And it's also funny, like, how all this, like, caused Russell to like, be more introspective about his game and everything. I remember seeing a lot of Netflix newbie people wanted Tony to lose solely because he's a cop. Oh yeah, I think that's also an element of it at this point. Where, like, I feel like, yeah, I could definitely see people rooting against Tony because he's a cop. I don't think that was a major thing back then. Again, that was what, like 7-8 years ago. Yeah, 2014, so 8 years ago. So, like, I don't think, like, the anti-cop sentiment was as prominent back then, but yeah, I think nowadays, I mean, you obviously saw Winners at War, where people were anti-Tony and Sarah. Was he mad Russell didn't win? Yeah, he wanted Russell or Parvati to win. But I mean, like, he also, like, talks about how Russell and Parvati played the two best games of all time. Actually, this is something I find funny too. That, and I talked about this in the past, but like he talks about like Heroes vs. Villains had the best display of gameplay he's ever seen, which I don't think I don't think many people play well on Heroes vs. Villains. Like even Parvati and Russell, the two people that like quote unquote run the season, like I think they both have massive holes in their games. Like neither of them like play particularly great games on the season. So like it's funny to me that like and to be fair, this is the general perception too, is that people talk about how great of a game Parvati played in Heroes vs. Villains. But yeah, it's like I just have the opposite opinion of Heroes vs. Villains. And also something I do find underwhelming about him watching, like because like he skipped from Heroes vs. Villains to Cagayan, and I just feel that that's a weird transition. Like he skipped 7 seasons of the show. Mind you, Cagayan is a good season like to start off on, so like I don't think it's like he could have picked a worse season to jump into after Heroes vs. Villains, but I do feel like he's missing a lot of context on the show, because I do think the strategy of the show has evolved quite a bit over those 7 seasons. It's funny that like he missed like Boston Rob on Redemption Island. He missed Coach on South Pacific, which I would love to see him watch South Pacific. I think that's definitely a season I wish he watched. His Discord votes for seasons. Surprised they skipped the Philippines. Yeah, I mean that is a pretty big surprise, isn't it? Because like he has watched Samoa and he's watched Micronesia and Cook Island, so he knows who Penner and Russell Swan are. So yeah, it's really Scoopin' he doesn't know, but I don't get the sense that he's like that apt to watch Australian Outback anyway. And also it's like it's Scoopin'. So it's like yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go for Philippines. Money, I'm happy. Like I would rather watch him watch Cagayan than Philippines personally. But still, yeah, that is a bit of a surprise. I mean, like I love Philippines. Philippines is one of my favorite seasons still. It's still top 10 for sure. But I just feel like its reactions to Cagayan are more interesting. Oh yeah, I do know. Yeah, I did hear when he was watching Heroes vs. Villains that he talked about how they skipped a whole bunch of seasons because of like icky things. Like I think they skipped All Stars, right? Which I mean, to be fair, makes sense if you're not going to watch all the earlier seasons anyway. But I believe the reason was because of the Sue situation. What do you think of the episode again? I think it's the best episode of the season. It's not really close.
Make ready for our arrival, men.
Yeah, like so many people are so high on this season, and like I'm not there.
The goals
really.
tell us all we need to know.
Like I mean, the first 2 episodes were fine, but I feel like they're all like kind of set up. Like I don't really like I didn't really get that much from them gameplay wise and everything. It's really this episode I think really kickstarts it for me. How I feel about Marianne's Tocantins. Like, I find that hilarious, by the way. Yeah, so she hasn't watched she's watched the entirety of the show, except for 6 episodes of Tocantins. Which is like, I'm assuming that's the pre-merge, right? Because I believe the pre-merge was 6 episodes. So she just like started like post-merge then? Like she started with like the Joe medevac? Is that where she started Survivor? Or she started Tocantins, I guess. But that's like such a weird spot. It's like, why did she just watch the post-merge? Or she really like just didn't finish the season and watch all but the last 6 episodes, which is just a weird stat. What season was Will on? Will's not on any season. He's a streamer. Will Neff, we're talking about. He's a streamer that's watching Survivor for the first time. I had never heard of him in my entire life before he started watching Survivor. And really, it wasn't until we watched Samoa that I saw Russell Hantz comment on it on Twitter. Okay, so we got to the title card at 44 minutes? No, we're not talking about Will from Will Sims. May schedule? I mean, it's fucked. I don't even know fucking April's schedule, let alone May's. Like, I know certain videos that are coming out, but,
Master Kenway.
Yes, may I help you?
like, nothing's solidified. Like, to be honest, like, again, next video is recasting All-Stars. Wednesday's video is BB Can, Final Juror ranking. After that, I have no clue. Like, it's gonna matter on, like, when do I do mid-season power ranking for Big Brother Canada? When do I do mid-season power ranking for Survivor 42? When does Australian Survivor actually end? When does BB Can eventually end? When Survivor 42 eventually end? Like, there's a lot in flux still.
At least until he arrives.
Yeah, like, I can tell you, like, what videos are gonna come out probably around that time, but, like, I don't know exactly the dates just yet. But, yeah, like, Big Brother Final Juror ranking is in April. Mass Effect Squad Mate ranking. Survivor and Big Brother US, top 10 worst players of all time. And then Survivor SA Final Juror ranking. Those are April. And then May, it's really the 3 Survivor player rankings that from the retrospective. So Australian Survivor 2002, Survivor Marquesas, Survivor UK, Panama. And then Big Brother What If, right? Yeah, what if every season didn't have Final Four veto? Actually, I should really change that. Actually, it's fine. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It's going to be next to the challenge season ranking. So that's why I thought it was fine. Because, like, that video is not going to do well at all. But whatever. Yeah, I mean, those are the videos that are coming out within the next 2 months. It's just, again, don't know exactly when. Like, I have dates put on here, but, like, they're not solid at all. So I don't think it really matters that. But, again, those are the videos. Yeah, I know what seasons he's watched. I know he watched, is that the order he did them? I knew he watched Palau first, and I knew he watched Pearl Islands, China, Cook Islands, Panama, Tocantins. Yeah, so he didn't watch, I knew he didn't watch Fiji, I knew he didn't watch Gabon.
I'll arrange for horses while you do that.
Yeah, like, so he missed Guatemala too, right? He missed Vanuatu. Again, we'll be interested to see where he goes next. Again, like, I don't know if they've already voted or not on where he goes next, but, like, where's he going to go next? Is he going to go, like, Millennials vs. Gen X? Like, I feel like that makes sense. Like, or is he going to go backwards to Philippines? Like, I feel like that would be the other one that would make sense. Like, because if they're not actually going in order.
Greatly so, in fact.
What's happened?
Why do I like Ko Wrong? Because I think character-wise it's one of the best seasons in recent history. And then also I think the gameplay and the post-merge in particular is really interesting.
This is no ordinary book. It's an almanac. The first
Cambodia, like, there's so many returnees there.
Pleased to meet you.
It's like so many returnees he hasn't seen.
You must be new to Boston.
Like, he hasn't seen, like, he hasn't seen San Juan del Sur, he hasn't seen, well, Worlds Apart, I guess. Blood vs. Water. He hasn't seen Philippines. Like, there's so many returnees there that he hasn't seen. That, like, I would be very surprised if he do Cambodia next, and I would advise that he doesn't.
Look, I'm not sure if
It's all right.
David Goliath would be a good one too. Stop watching Beyond the Edge because the first. Oh, I didn't even talk about that. I did, like, I had Beyond the Edge in the background. I didn't actually, like, fully pay attention to it, but, like, literally within the first 5 minutes of the episode, Meta World Peace talks about quitting, and I was like, okay, he's going to quit by the end of the episode. I spent, like, 50 minutes editing the Australian Survivor review. And then, like, I look on screen, they're at the, like, fake Trumbo Council thing, and Meta World Peace quits. I was like, okay, yeah, that seems apt. Yeah, what a shit show, though. It's really boring. Again, it's essentially focusing on all the things I don't like about Survivor. It's like it takes away everything I like and keeps everything I don't like. And then, yes, the entire show.
What do you need, my friend?
Is that a thing? A Plague Tale TV series? I have not seen that. What? How did I miss that? Again, I feel like I always, like, miss, like, a story or two here and there. Yeah, this was, like, 5 days ago. How did I miss this? Interesting. I think it could work. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, okay, I just accidentally pushed the button. Watch the smallest streamer do Survivor reactions. He went off the Purple Rock podcast season ranking. Like, why? That's such a weird thing to do. Like, really, I'm like, and again, like, this is, like, for me, wait, this is what am I doing? Oh, I'm supposed to get the pistol. Okay, there we go. Why? Like, why? Again, I forgot the game does that. It's like, why? Why do I need to do that? Obviously it's for a tutorial, but still.
We ride for the Green Dragon Tavern.
Meadow consistently taking CBS's money and leaving. Yeah, I mean that's his job at this point, is to accept the offers from CBS to go on a what the fuck's going on. But yeah, accept offers and then just quit right away. Beyond the Edge is the least favorite show of 2022 so far. Me too.
I've come to Boston.
No,
Plague Tale release date got leaked too? When is it? Because I have a Plague Tale retrospective that I want to get out before that. Let's see. Oh, I'm still really excited for Plague Tale Requiem. It's still probably one of my more anticipated games. What? That's so early. June 17th? Wow. I did not expect it to be that early, if that is true. That's so early. I was thinking like October. When do I have it scheduled? I have it scheduled for like September, right? Yeah, September. Yeah, I mean, I might just make it an extra video if that is the case. It's not even worth trying to rework the schedule for this. It's like there's too much shit that needs to be worked around. I'm just not going to bother. I mean, really, what I can do... Okay, actually, it's an easy fix. I could just make the Hellblade video a Wednesday video instead of making that an extra video. But still, whatever. Completely, like, yeah, that's definitely earlier than I was thinking. I really thought it'd be end of the year.
And have you had any luck with that?
I think Jenny was going, yes. I mean, I don't think there was any other possibility by the time we went to Tribal. It's just a matter of how she went. Now, coming into the episode, not necessarily. I thought she was like one of like 6 people that could go. Where again, like I think, and I still think this, that again, Taku's, all 4 of them are getting to the merge. I'll be very surprised if they don't. At that point, I think from... Actually, I just realized I got that right, didn't I? That Lydia and Jenny were probably the 2 most in danger of going home, which they obviously end up being the 2 targets. But yeah, I thought they were the 2 most likely people there, and I think Ika, anyone could go home on Ika. Really, anyone but Drea, I think could go home. I think all of them have like storylines for them going home at the next Tribal. Power ranking, yeah, it's mostly the same. Like, there isn't that much that's actually different. So, yeah, so these are... So, Omar's still number 1 for me. Jonathan moved up a spot because Daniel went down. So, Jonathan's number 2. I moved Marianne up to 3. And this is something that I didn't pay attention to, actually. That actually would actually be bad for Jonathan and Omar, if this actually does come true. But, like, something I didn't pay attention to until I read Redmond's edit article, is how much setup they've been doing towards like Marianne potentially flipping on Taku post merge, which is like, if that comes true, then obviously that's not good for Omar and Jonathan.
This way.
But because like the way I'm thinking about it, like I think Taku's gonna be like the Fola or the it could be Yasa. Like, that's still a possibility. But, like, I was expecting them to come into the merge and, like, be this, like, underdog group that ends up taking control. But who knows? But, anyway, Mike is at 4.
A pleasure.
Where's it? 5 is Drea still. So, like, Mike is, like, still the same. Drea is still the same at 4, or at 5. Hai is still the same at 6. Swati's still the same at 7. Lindsay went up to 8 because, again, I think that Taku group is the most likely to win. I don't think Lindsay's edit is that good, where there's like no storyline to a win.
Then we'll find it.
For Lindsay, but she's gotten like decent enough content where if it had been like if she had just gotten a very good like intro, then she would be a top contender, but it's not there. So it's like she's lower than everyone else there, but like she's at 8. Who's at 9? Where's 9? Romeo? Why'd I move up on Romeo? Oh yeah, it's just because Daniel went down. Did Romeo go up a spot though? Oh yeah, it's Romeo. Okay, yeah, Romeo went above Chanel and Daniel. So again, it's not really he went up. It's just Chanel and Daniel are not winning. They're 10 and 11. 12 is Roxroy still. 13 is Tori still, and then Lydia went up a spot because there's one less person. Yeah, again, Lydia there's nothing there. There's no edit for Lydia. There's no story to her winning this season at all. Like there's literally nothing there. Yeah, again, Tiffany's premiere in 41 is a really, really strong episode. Like, to me, she was, like, by far the clear frontrunner after the premiere. It's just that her episode 2 is pretty bad, and that, like, bumped her down, but then I was thinking, okay, well, we can excuse her episode 2 just because everything else is so strong. And there's even, like, some, like, explanations there. But, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, it was wrong.
William Johnson sent us
I mean, yeah, I enjoy Spies Lies Now as more to Beyond the Edge.
Don't need no expediting.
I mean, at least I care about the people on Spies Lies Now. Like, I don't care about anyone on Beyond the Edge.
Why are you just lazing around?
Not game related, but Kyle is currently forcing BB House to do a... Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. That he did want to do that.
I have an idea.
Yeah, I didn't see that they're actually doing it now. But, yeah, like, yeah, that, I mean, obviously, like, that's part of the reason he went on there, is because, like, he is a, well, he does a podcast, right, about mental health. So, yeah, for him to, like, try to talk about it, it's obviously, like, and, like, obviously promote mental health awareness and everything, not a surprise. Chanel dead in the edit? I wouldn't say dead, but I think she's at the very bottom of anyone that has a semblance of a chance. Pretty much. Actually, should I move Daniel below Roxroy? Like, I think Roxroy at this point is pretty much dead. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fine. Either way, whatever. They're all again, Daniel, Roxroy, Tori, Lydia, no chance, I don't feel like. Like, Roxroy at least, like, again, there's still at least a semblance of a storyline from the premiere. Where back in the premiere, like, he recognizes that he's being a bit too much, but, I mean, outside of that, I mean, there's nothing there. I think Chanel's at the bottom of the people that can win. However, I think if she doesn't get a good episode 4 here, she's dead. I think her edit is relying on her having a good rebound episode. If she doesn't get that rebound, then she's dead. And I think Romeo's pretty dead, too. I don't think Romeo's winning this season. Again, it's not like 0% chance, so I guess technically it's not dead, but I just think it's super unlikely. And I think from Lindsay on, like, I can see a world where they win, but still not. I do ask, like, who's winning, though? Like, I really don't know. Like, again, unlike last season, where, like, by this point, I was back on board with Tiffany. I felt pretty good about Tiffany. Like, I don't have anyone I'm that confident in right now. So it's like, yeah, I don't know who's winning. Yeah, I have Omar 1. However, I do think there are holes in Omar's edit. Even this episode, we have him talking about how trustworthy Chanel is, only for him to, like, risk his vote and then lose it. So it's like, that's not great. What am I supposed to do here? Shoot and kill the guards. Oh, okay. I'm just not even paying attention. Why is Gino asking people? I mean, why? I mean, like, really, his explanation is that he wants to see how people react to things. Like, what's his real reason? Who the fuck knows? Oh, fuck off. By the way, the more and more time goes on, the more and more anti-Gino's move to put up Kyle I am. I'm at, like, I really feel like while there is, like, a sliver of merit to it, in the sense that, again, like if Kyle is in the house, the plan is to put him up against Gino. If Kyle wins veto, then obviously Gino would be in danger. That's the real merit to this.
What now?
But I mean, like, I still think overall it's so much of a net negative. Like I just don't see, like, because, like, the thing is, like, he's not gaining anything from doing this. Like, they're all saying, like, oh yeah, good, you should do this because, like, that would make us want to work with you. But no one is actually doing that. Like, no one, like, they're talking, like, what, like, Betty wants to get rid of Gino next week, right? Like, Gino or Marty. Like, same thing with T. Like, he's not actually gaining any leverage through doing this. Fuck off. There we go. That took forever.
Lay down your weapons.
Yeah, I love the Kevin Betty storyline.
I make you the same offer.
Again, it would be hilarious if they're final two. By the way, at this point, I think I'm the highest, like, probably the highest on Kevin.
Nothing rightful about Mr. Johnson.
In terms of potential winning chances at this point.
I won't ask again.
I just wish he was a bit more solidified in a power structure. There's no power structure right now, which is like a bit of an issue of predicting who's going to win. But yeah, like I think Kevin overall is probably the person I have the most confidence in at this point. Oh, I thought he was an enemy. Daniel got bluffed hard by High. Did he?
Who put you up to this?
Like, really, Daniel just gave up everything right away. I think it had nothing to do with High. Like, Daniel just, like, did not even bother to try to keep Jenny.
Well,
it's like, he just right away talks about how, like, I'm not going to Rocks, which, like, gives away all your leverage right away. Like, I don't think High did anything there to get that down. But yeah, I mean, Daniel, again, like, terrible gameplay here.
You don't?
Oh, I predict Beyond the Edge will be at the bottom of my year reality TV ranking. It doesn't even have the, like, it's below Celebrity Bro 3. As much as I don't like Celebrity Bro 3, at least there's, like, some moments here and there. Like, Beyond the Edge, like, the most entertainment I've gotten from it so far, and to be fair, I barely watched this episode. Like, really, it's, like, the premiere I watch. And then with this episode, it's, like, and really, like, the story of, like, Meta quitting in episode 2 here is probably the best thing from the season, even though I watched the entirety of episode 1. Yeah, you can clearly, the Daniel, and again, that was part of, like, Daniel just being completely dunked on in the edit, is just the Mike stuff, where, like, you can clearly tell from the footage, like, Mike is not happy at all through this entire scene. Like, he's even just annoyed at the fact that he has to show Daniel the instructions and everything. But then even beyond that, like, at the point where, like, he loses the idol, you can just tell, like, Mike is so pissed. Yeah, Daniel's dead. Like, if they go to tribal again, I cannot see how Daniel makes it through. And it's so funny that he just, like, blows up his game so quick. And to be honest, like, this is something I was thinking about. Like, is he essentially just Jacob Derwin if Jacob Derwin got a better starting tribe? Like, I think that's the point where we're at. Like, I think he is essentially just Jacob Derwin, but, like, had more, like, natural allies coming into the season. Where are they? Oh, they're on the roof, right? Okay. Heather's pissed on Twitter because she's claiming her tribe didn't get any content to pre-merge, and that's why people thought she was a goat. I mean, the thing is, like, she was a goat. Like, again, like, from what I understand, like, at this point, like, it's more solidified that she wasn't going to win if she got to the end. But it's, like, also, like, I get why Lulu doesn't get content. Like, they're really just not important to the first half of the season. They never go to tribal. With this season, yeah, all 3 tribes have gone tribal now, right? So that's something. But yeah, like, Lulu never went to tribal. They didn't really have any advantages, right? Like, even the Seers, like, they tried to keep secret. Because, like, it was a fun, like, reveal and everything. So, like, they don't really have any, like, advantage scenes to talk about. It's like there really wasn't like much content to give Lubu when you have like so much going on in the other two tribes. With the Sean had won, the Sean, Heather, and Xander. From what I understand, it would have been close between Deshaun and Xander. Where like it's like I think Heather would have gotten Ricard and who's the other person? Erica. And then like dude, honestly, even Erica was like really knows, like that's just from assumptions more so than like her actually saying she would have. But from what I understand, the other votes were all like between Deshaun and Xander, with like Tiffany leaning towards Xander, right? I forgot. Then I think Evie was leaning towards Deshaun. I forgot at this point, but either way, it would have been close between the two. Like Nasir would have been locked to Deshaun, Danny would have been locked to Deshaun. Does Xander have any locked votes? Oh, Shan would have voted for Xander. But again, at that point, it's more so an anti-Deshaun vote, more so than a pro-Xander vote. And along with that, maybe comes Liana, but like who knows? Yeah, it's really like it's pretty open. I have no idea how to assess Ika after this episode. I mean, yeah, like I talked about this like at the beginning of stream that like I can understand why they're not in this episode. Like I don't think it's a complete like no one on Ika can win because of this episode. I think it's no one can win on Ika because of the first 3 episodes. But I think like this episode, like I can excuse why they're not on the show. Like there's so much going on in this episode that where like we had the immunity challenge take up what like 10 to 15 minutes of the episode. We had the tribal council take up 20 minutes of the episode. Like it's like, and also we had Shipwheel Island. It's like it makes sense why they're not on the show. And also you had the show Marianne finding the Boyer advantage.
Mr. Johnson's gonna need to double my pay after all this if he expects
yeah, so it's like it makes sense why they're not on the show. That being said, again, like I don't think anyone on there has a semblance of a chance except for Drea. And even then, I think Drea's like one of the lesser contenders.
There you are.
Out of the that can reasonably win the game.
My thanks, Master.
And again, I think she's more so like being set up as a big player, similar to what happened with Shan. She's obviously not going to tribal as often, so because they're not getting as much focus as Shan did early.
The images on this amulet.
Only season reality TV this year. I could possibly see being lower than Challenge 38. Wait, being lower is Challenge 38 if it's terrible like Spice Lies now is. Even then, like I Beyond the Edge is going to be at the bottom. The question is, do I even bother watching all the other episodes? Really, the only reason I'm even like kind of watching it is because it's on after Survivor. And at that point, it's like, well, I might as well just keep it on like the same channel. Because like at that point, like I'm usually doing other things anyway. I'm usually like looking up the confessional chart for the episode, looking up stuff on the Edge Reddit, like looking at like the reactions on the regular Reddit and everything. So like I'm usually like doing other stuff anyway. But yeah, like it's not a good show. What's play rank for BB Can 10? I mean, like it's it's not accurate anymore because like I only do it after like immediately after the evictions. But again, like I would say like, oh wait, am I supposed to? What am I supposed to do here? I think Summer's currently in the best position, but I would have more faith in Kevin as a player than Summer. So I think those are the top 2. And then, like, is anyone else playing that well? Josh, maybe. Bit too passive, but still. Oh, I have to talk to Lee. Dude, what if Botsura was on every season? I think that'd be funny. I talked about doing this, like, what if... I don't know how feasible it is, but, like, what if every season had returning players? So essentially, like, what if every season was like the challenge, where like you have a returning cast? I think that'd be like a fun idea to run through. It's just that I don't know how to actually do it practically. Oh yeah, Herman's a good player. It's just that he's not in a good position. Like I think Herman is actually debatably the best player on this cast. It's just that he's not like the thing is, like, he's a good player if his power structure stays intact. The problem is that he's not able to keep his power structure intact because, like, all these fucking players are insane. And really, I mean, too fair, Kyle's the main one that really blew up his power structure. But, like, even now, where, like, no power structures, like, become solidified, like, it really, like, takes away the pros of Herman's game, because, like, the thing that he's good at is creating a power structure and being at the top of it. But it's like, he can't, like, there's no power structure to be on top of. So because that, he's just a big target that, like, half the house is targeting right now. Like, Herman can go home next week, and it's probably one of the bigger, like, targets for next week. Like, you have, like, Kevin, Helena, like, they're both probably going to target him, Jess, potentially. You definitely have, like, the Gino contingent that could target him. I don't know if they will. They could. Like, he's definitely, like, he's one of the people that's, like, actually in the most danger right now. The thing is, like, I think with Herman, it's like, who's he up against? I think there's definitely people he goes, like, if he's up against, like, Summer, if he's up against even, like, probably, like, Tanisha, I think he probably goes home. I think Moose is, like, kind of, like, a debatable one. Just because, like, there are, like, lots of people don't trust Moose. But, like, if you have,
Charles?
Jess's pronouns, I believe, are she, they, but they prefer they, right? They should do an auction where the players' loved ones bid on food for them to eat.
Damn it could be anywhere.
I think that could be interesting. I don't see them actually doing it, though. But it would make the loved ones visit, I guess, better. Yeah, Dane's... yeah, like, Herman's no Dane, obviously. Not anywhere close even beyond that, but... Yeah, I think he is probably the most capable player on this cast. Yeah, I would say him and Kevin are probably the two best players. I think for me with Summer, like, I'm just like... It's like, she's definitely up there. Again, she is in the best position right now. She's a very active player. The one issue I have with Summer is that, like, how much of it is actually due to active work that she's doing? Where, like, this week, obviously, like, people are giving her so much credit for, like, getting Gino the backdoor Kyle. But it's like, her initial work to do that backfired. Like, Gino was upset at her for trying to backdoor Kyle, for getting him to put up Kyle. And it's really not until after the fact, after he hears from, like, Helena information about Kyle, and, like, that he flips. So it's like, I don't know how much, like, true credit to really, okay, there we go. To really give to Summer for that. Where I think you have to give her some credit. But, like, I don't know how much of that is, like, how effective she really is as a player.
Perhaps I should send someone to retrieve.
I mean, like, it's an issue for Tanisha being an obvious duo, but, like, Tanisha's the person that they're targeting. Which is insane, considering Summer is definitely the bigger threat there. But, like, it's a situation where, because Tanisha is not talking... Like, Tanisha's barely playing at this point. But, like, because Tanisha is barely playing and not talking to, like, half the house, that half the house assumes that, oh, she's playing, but she's just playing with these other people. While, like, with Summer, because she's talking to everybody, they're more, like, okay with her because, like, they think that, oh, she's working with me. Well, like, with Tanisha, like, they don't think that they're working, they know that Tanisha's not working with them, which makes her the bigger threat there. New Paris? Potentially. Kind of, yeah. I can see it. I mean, I think she's definitely a lot more, like, loud, I guess. I don't know. Like, she's definitely more... Not active, because obviously, like, Paris was, like, equally as active, but I think she's more, like... she takes more risks, I think, is probably a better way to say it, than Paris did. Where, like, the thing, like, and also back to the Kyle thing, is, like, I think the thing with Summer is that I don't think she has the ability to hold back. I think that's the thing, is that I think she's who she is. Like, she's going to tell you what she's thinking. And, like, I think that's why she goes after Kyle, because, like, I don't think she can hold back that she wants to target Kyle. And I feel like that's kind of, like, my thing with Summer. is I am unsure, like, one, how effective she is, and also I'm unsure of, like, if she's ever actually gonna be able to do anything subtly. Doing any what if videos for International Survivor and Big Brother? Eventually. I mean, Big Brother, I do have one more. I talked about that earlier, right? The what if every Final Four. What was it? What if every Final Four didn't have a veto or something like that? I forgot the actual phrasing of the title, but it's essentially that. Yeah, I mean, there's other what ifs I want to do. Like, I have a massive list of them. A lot of them are very similar to the Survivor ones, just translated for Big Brother. The International Survivor, again, same thing, but I'm probably more likely to do Big Brother ones. I mean, I think it's an issue depending on what it is. I think with this situation, because Kyle is such a big social pariah, then it's something that obviously benefits her. But I think if it's something like, let's just say that she hated Kevin, and she wants to target Kevin, but then, like, Helena and, like, all these other people aren't on board, then I feel like it could be an issue. Like, I think it's a matter of, like, what she is, like, what she's pushing for. And, like, I don't know if she knows, like, what she should be pushing for and what she shouldn't. Because for all intents and purposes, she should not have pushed for Gino, or for Gino to put up Kyle. Like, while it is a move that ends up benefiting her, like, I don't think that was the actual move to make. Where I think she gets very lucky in the fact that it does end up being effective. Where again, because, like, initially it turned, like, he didn't like that she was doing that.
Actions speak louder than words, my friend.
Who has the potential to be a top 10 player from BB Can, or are we talking Survivor? Survivor, nobody. I mean, like, I think it'll be very, very tough. Again, you would have to be on Tommy level, essentially, to make top 10 at this point, as a one-time player. Which I think is very difficult to do. And I think what props up Tommy so much is the adversity he faced as well. Where it's like, I feel like, even like a straight up dominant game from beginning to end, I don't know if that gets you in the top 10 of Survivor at this point, for me. I think you have to have dominance and then also face adversity that you're able to overcome. Essentially, like a Tony Winners at War-esque game, but as a newbie, essentially. Genius played for a challenge. They're never picking a fucking genius player to go on the challenge. Genius player ranking's coming out at some point. I think I have it at August or something right now. It'll probably stay there. Like, I don't know why I would change it at this point. Like, the main thing that would change it is me, like, potentially coming up with another video idea that's, like, from another reality show based video idea that I want to release on a Wednesday. But, like, I don't know why I would really do that. Well, like, I actually, now I think about it, I think the one thing that could hold back is Circle, if there's a new Circle season. Outside of that, I think I have everything else planned for at this point. And even then, I think I'll just say fuck it and release it anyway.
Good call, man.
What's the highest confessional count in an episode of Survivor US that I know of? I don't think anyone's crossed 20, right? I think the highest is like 19 for one episode. I think it's Chris Doherty.
Where did you learn to do all this?
In the Vanuatu finale? I could be wrong on that. I believe that's the highest. I'm trying to look it up right now. Anyway, I'm talking about Survivor US. So when we get to international, it's fucked. But with US, I believe the answer is Chris Doherty.
And we begin to know the world in a different way.
Let's see. So Borneo, Kelly had 15 in the finale. Colby had 17 in the finale. I'm pretty sure it has to come from finale. Oh no, Chris only got 17. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Chris got the highest in a non-finale episode. That's what it was. He got 17 in the Julie Boot episode, which I think is the highest in a non-finale episode. But that might be the highest in a single episode. Is there anyone that has higher than 17 then? I forgot about that. Russell Hantz, he doesn't have higher, but like he has the most confessionals in every episode but 2. And even episode 11 is one of the episodes that he does it, and he's only 1 away from Shambo. And the other episodes when he doesn't go try, when Yasmin goes, or Yasmin, whatever it is, goes home. Let's see. Yeah, like I feel like that's gotta be it. Like who's got? Oh, did Tommy? I think Tommy got on the finale of 39, right? No, he had 17 also. So yeah, he ties it. Yeah, like I don't know. Angelina got 17 in Dave vs. Goliath. Dominic got 17 in Ghost Island. So I think that's the limit. I don't think anyone's gotten more than 17 on US. Yeah, I think that's the limit for US. I've looked at every chart at this point, and nothing else seems to be higher. If we're going beyond that, I'm pretty sure Australian Survivor has some ridiculous ones. Yeah, like Nick gets 17 his boot episode in AU 2016. Like that should tell you enough that there's definitely going to be some that have more. Benji has 17 in the Page boot episode. That's something. Harry has 17 in the Matt boot episode. I thought there would be more by now, actually. Wow, David never got more than 13. Money got 3 episodes with 13. Wow, I really thought there'd be more by that. Okay, I guess not. I mean, yeah, Jesse got 17 on the Nina boot episode. So when Ben went home the first time, Jordy got 17 immediately after the Jesse boot. Yeah, wow, is 17 really the limit? I'm pretty sure New Zealand has that more, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, Avi got 20 confessionals in 2 separate episodes. So yeah, NZ. Oh, and fuck me. Lisa got 22 in the not the Matt boot, the Eve boot episode. That's bizarre. Okay, whatever. But yeah, she got 22 confessionals in the Eve boot episode. So that's insane. Adam got 21 in his boot episode. And then let's see, SA. I don't think SA would beat that. Just knowing their editing style. Jean got 15 in the finale. Chappie's got 13 in the episode before the finale. But yeah, I mean, that's... Oh, yeah, and John from UK Panama got 18 in his final 2 episodes. But yeah, so it looks like 22 is the highest ever from Lisa. Is New Zealand, Thailand a good season? Yes. It feels very much like an old school or middle school Survivor season. Like it feels like a season like a China or maybe like a Tocantins, like a season from like that era of the show. It's a little bit bloated. Like episodes are longer than normal, and like the pace as a whole is slower. But again, it's still a mostly good season. Oh yeah, and did Tony get 18? Okay, I just completely missed that then. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's probably up there. Yeah, the Page boot. Everyone remembers the Page boot. Was that one the notoriously... I think that was like the first point where people said, oh, Australian Survivor's editing was bad, right? No, it was the Zach boot. Never mind, it was the Zach boot. Yeah, where's the Zach boot? Yeah, Zach got 0 confessionals. Only 4 people got confessionals in the Zach boot. Where Zach got 0, Tegan got 14, Benji got 5, Anita, who loses the redemption duel, gets 2, and then Shawnee gets 1. So yeah, essentially, out of like the people not in the redemption duel, Benji and Shawnee are the only people to get confessionals. So yeah, that's something. Random challenge facts: Gabby in the Amber M boot episode has the record for most confessionals by a female in a non-final episode. That's okay. That's kind of random. Like, why? Like I'm trying to think through. It's like, I mean, like, yeah, she was like very, like she wins a daily. Obviously, she has the big dilemma of does she need to go against Amber M, but like that's kind of insane. Yeah, we're talking about Zach, the one that that was eventually on All Stars in his original boot episode on Champions vs. Contenders 1. I'm talking about that episode. On the Outpost twist on NZ Thailand, I mean, like, it's just a generic island sort of twist. I mean, it's probably one of the better ones, I guess. Where, like, we have, like, the two people facing off against each other in a challenge. So, like, at least that was interesting. What am I looking for here? I have, like, no memory of this. What am I doing right now? Oh, okay, I'm going to the 4, and then this is where I find, like, Silas or whatever his name is, right? Yeah, I'm just an idiot. Leading into the Oscar... Oh, I forgot the Oscars were happening. I did see there's, like, a controversy around, like, the presenters, right? That they're getting, like, Tony Hawk and, like, Shaun White, and stuff, people like that to present, yet they're not, like, inviting, people that were actually in the movies to the event. You gave up on, Maldives? Oh, fuck off. Okay, well, that's cool. Again, like, the pre-merge is not the greatest in Maldives. So, I mean, I can get it, but yeah, Tejon's definitely the highlight there.
We'll have church in no time. Just as
and what is the front runner to win Best Picture,
Where
anyway?
did you learn to do all this?
It is a requirement.
Is it the dog one? I feel like that's the one that I remember seeing was, like, the front runner, but, like, is it actually the front runner? Do a tester player ranking? I would love to do a tester player ranking at some point. I would need to, again, that'll be after I do all my tester retrospectives, whenever that will be. But, yeah, I'll definitely do a tester player ranking. That'll definitely be the dumbest video I've ever done. Oh, yeah, Australian Survivor. I don't know, like, maybe. Australian Survivor cast assessment could hold back the Genius.
The place is well we need to slip past.
But again, like, the Genius player ranking's been, like, so far gone at this point that I don't really care too much about it, to where, like, if it... Like, I think at this point, I'm pretty solidified on the date. Like, if something happens, who cares? I'll just release it. At this point, it's been so long ago that who cares? I'm trying to look. Yeah, I mean, really, yeah. I could just, like, especially if, like, a Plague Tale. So if a Plague Tale gets bumped up. I guess it doesn't affect anything. Either way, whatever. It'll probably be out within next 4 or 5 months. Power of the Dog is the front runner, though Coda recently got a push for winning other awards. Okay. Is Genius worth watching? Yes. I don't know how easy it is to find anymore, though. They used to all be on YouTube, and that was, like, great, but they did get taken down. And obviously it's subtitled, like, it is a Korean show. So you have to find the subtitled version. I'm sure you can, yeah, you found it? Yeah, I would definitely recommend watching it then. I mean, to me, I think The Genius is a show that I would say, like, I would probably like it more than Survivor had they'd done more seasons of it. Like, I think The Genius would be my favorite reality show of all time, had it had the, like, legacy that Survivor has. This fight is so fucking dumb. Yeah, what is the tester? Yeah, it's a terrible reality show that that PlayStation made. But it's a show that I have, like, a lot of nostalgia for, so it's like it would be fun to do a video on it.
I'll have to find the key. Wait here.
Yeah, Egoraptor was on the second season. Wasn't there, or was it third season? Because I think it was in, but either way, like, each season essentially had, like, someone that, Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm supposed to loot him, not kill him. But each season, like, had, like, an online personality, right? I'm pretty sure. Like, someone got, like, voted in from, like, the fans. And, yeah, Egoraptor's one of them. Which, I mean, at the time, I didn't know who Egoraptor was. Like, I like, really found out about him from the tester.
Why must you always make these things so difficult, Benjamin? Merely provide me with recompense.
Yeah, I still follow, like, Cyrus on Twitter.
I'll not pay.
I think his real name's Will Powers.
Clearly,
but, I believe he was, like, one of the first, like, few people that I followed on Twitter for some reason. I still follow Reality Pales, too. He's also another one.
Now, what shall we do about our guest?
Yeah, and like, what was her name? War Princess from season 2. Later went on King of the Nerds. That was the thing.
Put an end to his waggling.
By the way, King of the Nerds. I would love to do a video on King of the Nerds at some point.
I'll take his cock.
I doubt it aged well.
End to his fucking us.
But I think it'll be fun.
So many options.
Have you seen the challenge tattoo guy? I've seen pictures.
Take off.
Like,
no, hold
why?
Perhaps I was hasty in using your
I'm so very sorry, Benjamin.
Tester people for the challenge? No one from the tester's going on the challenge. Nor should anyone from the tester go on the challenge. I feel like that's why they were probably
I rather
the tester.
think I was. But you took advantage of my generosity.
Andrew Garfield and Kristen Stewart and Best Actor and Actress. What were they in? I don't even remember. I have not been paying attention to film too much.
Come find me when you're finished, Cutter.
You'll regret this, Silas, do you hear me? I'll have your head!
No.
Yeah, like, the only movie I've watched is Dune, right? I think that was the only thing. Of, like, any movie that's been nominated.
I gotta decide where to start. Maybe you'll
Oh, Tick Tick Boom is Andrew Garfield. Kristen Stewart's from Spencer. I've never even heard of the movie. Yeah, she just plays Princess Diana.
Just like all good artists.
That's interesting.
Parents must be so very proud to have raised a specimen like you.
Kirsten Dunst got nominated for Best Supporting Actress.
Concentrate on me work. Just a quick little swipe and no more is. How's that sound, Mr. Church?
At least I'll be spared.
I never, like, truly analyzed the tattoos, but I did not find any of them impressive. Opposite World. I never finished Opposite Worlds. I watched, like, the first few episodes live when the show started, but then, like, I just never finished watching the season. Though I do know the results. Like, I remember the winner's name. I believe, like, some of them are, like, big, like, reality TV fans, if I remember right. And, like, I'm pretty sure, like, because, like, RJP covered it at the time, too, and, like, I know they were, like, some of the cast was on RJP afterwards. Should watch season of X on the Beach. I would be, like, interested, I guess, just because I know, like, a lot of people on the cast. Actually, let's look up a cast list, because I feel like I know probably, like, half the cast.
As it happens, the man who held me is the same one that you seek. His name is Silas Thatcher.
That fancy lad is our slaver?
Let's see.
Don't let his velvet tongue deceive you. A crueler and more vicious creature I've never known.
What can you tell me of his operation?
Alright, yeah, I'm looking at a list now.
More than half of whom are redcoats.
Actually, maybe I don't know as much as I thought. Like, I know Devon, obviously. I've heard of Kyra. She was actually, isn't she on the challenge? I forgot. Is she on it, or was she like one of the people cut? By the way, challenge CBS.
Let me think on it.
Ray, obviously Ray and Caro.
I'll attend to our final recruit. John Pitt.
Kat Dunn.
I'll take you.
Jamar, Min Lee, Mike Moldrig, whatever. He was on Sequester, so I know who he is. Yeah, so I know some people. I guess I don't know. I probably know like a third of the cast.
State your business.
Curious on, okay. Will Survivor Africa Panama ever be online? Probably not. Again, it's been like, what, 16 years?
How'd you manage?
You would think by now, if it was available, people would have found it by now. Ryan and Dusty, yeah, I would love to see Ryan and Dusty on the challenge. I feel like that'd be. I mean, I think Ryan. Actually, I don't know. They're older though, right? Like they're like nearing 40.
Give me one good
So it's like, I don't know.
kill you right now.
I mean, maybe if they were like 10 years younger, maybe it's like, yeah, definitely for a challenge.
If you'll allow me to explain. By all means.
I think Dusty would actually probably be the more interesting character of the two. Though. Like Ryan, like obviously has a great backstory, but like I don't know how interesting he would be, like on his own, like without that. I feel like Dusty is the one that's actually like more interesting TV wise.
It's the sort of thing best not put to paper.
Yeah, Ryan and Dusty were 25. Again, like he was in jail for like how many years? Over 10 years, right?
Often travel in packs.
And like he got out years ago, so it's like I mean he's got to be at least like 20 or 35. I mean by this point.
No doubt.
Oh,
Bad enough my superiors.
Yeah, he's 37. So, and actually Dusty's a year older, so yeah, they're already up there.
Listen to reason.
We're done here. See these gentlemen out.
Yeah, I don't know is Kayla married? I know she has a kid, or at least she was pregnant a while ago. I don't pay attention if she ever had the kid or not, but yeah, I don't think she's super likely to be on X on the beach.
What now?
Yeah, she did have the kid. I'm looking at. Oh, she did get married. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I guess she got married.
As luck would have it, so are they. Come along.
Since when? It's been a while. I mean, she pretty much like started. I believe she started dating the guy that she had the kid with, like almost immediately after BB Can 6. Will I ever put stream viewers in Survivor Brand Steel for stream? Potentially. I just need to get, like, if I were to do it, I would just need to like get everything set up properly. So again, like I'm still streaming literally just off my PS5. Like I literally just turn on my PS5, push broadcast. Like I don't have a proper stream setup.
Where should we? Rapstein Marlborough. No. What of Lynn or Ship?
If Kayla never returns to reality TV, you're gonna be pissed. I mean, I think you're probably gonna be pissed then. I don't think it's super likely. Like like obviously BB Can All Stars, if they do it, she's definitely in contention there, but I don't think she's doing anything else. I don't know why you can climb that. Evan Her and Derek, they like broke up right away. And also, they weren't even like that close, right? On the I mean, like they were obviously like a showmance and everything, but like I feel like they were like more so like there because it was like necessary at that point, more so than they actually like had any plans to actually date each other afterwards. Would Brant Steele ever do an Amazing Race Simulator? Probably, I don't know, maybe. I guess they branched out, right? I think they've done like a challenge one, so maybe eventually. Make your icon the Bug Snacks box art. Yeah, why not?
Oi!
I mean, that's what you want to be known for, then sure.
Thieves and scoundrels, one and all.
Having Paris without Kayla would be sick. I wouldn't be like I think having Paris and Kayla both back would be fine.
After him.
Country C Amazing Race Traveling Tune 34. I'm like, where are they gonna go for 34? Like, I doubt they're gonna go that far, east in Europe because of the Ukraine stuff. And then, yeah, like South America probably is likely, like Central South America. I don't know what they're gonna, like, I don't know how COVID is handled nowadays in, like, Africa and Asia. Like, I know Asia was, like, super, super strict at the time they filmed last time. I don't know how it is now. I forgot, yeah, Derek is on the show, right? Yeah, the courtship. Obviously, the show that,
I will not
you would have expected him to be on. What is this show, anyway? I'm trying to look it up right now.
Put them all.
One woman searches for love in a Regency-era setting in a okay, why? So it's essentially just The Bachelor, but, like, with, like, some sort, like a, medieval sort of setting? Is that what it is? Like, who asked for that? He's the only Canadian on the show? Well, I mean, obviously. I mean, like, you're gonna get Canadian on a dating show, you need to get Derek Kessler. Wait, what? Fine. That's kind of dumb.
I stay my hand today because you were once my brother.
Maybe Thailand? I mean, like, I feel like if they're gonna go to Asia, they would want to do a lot of locations in Asia. I'm really concerned how much it would cost, especially with, like, COVID precautions and everything still. Like, I don't know if they would go all the way to Asia, just do, like, one location.
On their fool's errand. And when you find yourself lying
Or, like, I feel like what's most likely is probably, like, South America, and then, like, kind of same spots in Europe they did last time, like, kind of like the, like, Italy, France, UK, Spain, like, that sort of area. And then probably, like, potentially, like, Mexico, like, again, like, Central America as well. I think that's probably, like, the most likely spots. Is that why? Is it because of Bridgerton, whatever that show is? I've never watched it. Bridgerton, yeah, there we go. Yeah, is that why, though, they made the show? Start the mission. There we go.
Gentlemen.
Derek going to be a terrible pick for the challenge competitively, but he's boring as hell. Yeah.
Or rather, Odysseus has.
Even then, like,
a new guy.
The Greek hero you
yeah, I think the comparison to Casey's probably apt.
We enter Silas Fort.
Or, like, I think he's one of these people, like, could be entertaining if he's ever, like, provoked. But, like, it's just probably not going to be provoked.
Dodgy. I like it.
What's the next reality show I could see myself covering? Again, I think Amazing Race Canada is probably the next show. It's just that it's like, I don't think I'm that close to getting to it. So I'm still, I mean, like, I barely watched any more of BB3, but I am doing the BB3 rewatch right now. I've only got through 3 more episodes, so I got to the first Amy eviction. But that's currently what I'm doing. Then, I still gotta watch Survivor Thailand. Gotta watch The Glass House.
Understood, sir.
And then I gotta watch every Merge episode. And once I get through that, that's the first point where, like, maybe I'll do Amazing Race Canada. But again, still a bit down the road. I'm enjoying the rewatch so far. I really enjoyed weeks 1 and 2 of BB3. Week 3 is just kind of eh. Like, there isn't that much going on there, but, like, it's still an incredible cast. Like, I still think it's for sure the best, like, old school cast of the show, especially, like, pre BB6. So okay, well, that was not great. So yeah, I mean, like, it's a good season. Like, even though it's, like, relatively low on my season ranking, I still think it is a pretty good season of reality television. And it's also a very important one to the history of the show. To where I do worry how long the retrospective was going to be, but I guess we'll see. By the way, I talked about that. I started editing the Australian Survivor review. It's gonna be so long. Like, I really did not want it to be this long. Like, because I got through the crock boot. That's currently where I'm at in the editing, and it's already over an hour. So, like, that's not even halfway through the season. Like, it's episode 11 out of 24. So yeah,
we're here to help you.
It's probably gonna be long, mind you. I mean, like, the first, like, what is it, like 10 minutes is the premiere, I think. So, like, the premiere usually, like, takes up more time than any other episode, but still, I do expect it to be pretty long. So I still have like an hour and 20 minutes of audio still to run through, and then it's not even including the last 4 episodes.
How many men we might expect, the nature of their defenses. You must be rather important.
B5 had a good cast. I think the problem there is that I feel like there's like some kind of forgettable people.
Shall I engage them? No. Let Jonathan and Thomas.
I guess too fair. Like, I mean, like, BB3.
I wish you'd trust us.
I mean, is there anyone that's like forgettable that's like makes the end game? That makes it like really far? Because, like, I mean, as much as, like, again, Karen is an underrated player and stuff, like, Karen's not the most interesting TV on, like, BB5. You have, like, Adrienne and Natalie, who are, like, again, Twin Twist is incredible, but not the best, I mean, probably actually actively bad TV in the sense that they're, like, kind of icky. Roddy is, like, Roddy is one of the best players on the cast. And I think considering the rules of the season, I think he's a better player than Danielle in the sense that, like, considering, like, them knowing how the jury works and everything, like, Roddy is, like, the person on the cast that is the most, like, actively doing jury management. What am I doing here? I'm being an idiot.
Engage the enemy.
There we go. Like, Roddy is, like, this person that, like, knows what he's supposed to do, but then, like, actively doesn't do it because he is so aware of the jury, and he knows that everyone is going to see him. So he's not willing to do these, like, super cutthroat moves because he knows that the jury's not going to respect that. I'm not saying he's a perfect player or anything, but, like, I think Roddy's definitely one of the best players of the season. By the way, I did do some research on exit interviews for BB3, and I think it's really interesting to read them and see how hated Danielle was by the jury, to where, like, Jerry, like, when he leaves the house, like, in his exit interview, Julie says that, oh, I'm rooting for Danielle to win. Then, like, a few weeks later, he does, like, a live chat that I saw the transcript of, and he talks about how Danielle's a hypocrite and he would never vote for Danielle to win the game. And that, like, by the way, also, I think at this point I've grown even more of a respect for Jason's game, where every single interview I see says, who are you rooting for? They're rooting for Jason. And really, it's Jason and Roddy are the two people that most people are rooting for. So we're like, I think Jason wins against Lisa then, right? Like, I think that's because, like, I was under the assumption that, okay, Lisa would have beat Jason because they were anti the alliance of Jason and Danielle. And, like, while yes, Jason was like, that was like a Rafe situation, like a Rafe and Stephanie situation on Guatemala, where, like, Rafe was someone that was still well liked, but I think they would have voted for, like, the Danny over the Rafe. But I don't think that's the case after reading these interviews. I do feel like they would have voted for Jason over Lisa, which I think really does propel him in terms of winner contention. Sounds similar to Todrick? I think it's very similar to Todrick. I think the problem is that she had more, like, Danielle had more competent competition than Todrick did. Well, again, the reason why Todrick is number 1 in the player ranking is because everyone else is so bad. It's not because, like, Todrick, like, is that great. Like, it's because everyone else is so bad. Like, there's no Jason to go against Danielle or Roddy, or against Danielle, against the Todrick. Like, that's why Todrick's number 1 in the player ranking. Where, like, I can guarantee you, Danielle's not going to be number 1 in the player ranking for BB3.
She won't.
What's the plan?
Free the captives and avoid detection.
Mine should probably be 2. Like, I think it'll be Jason then Danielle.
He dies.
There are transcripts online. I forgot what the website. It's like Morty's TV or something like that. That has transcripts of interviews with Gary, Kihara, and Eric. And then what was there was an interview with Amy I read somewhere. And then is there anyone else? I tried to look up an interview with Josh because I feel like to me that's also one of the more interesting ones. Where like everyone else, and too far, even with Eric, like obviously Eric was going to vote for Lisa no matter what. But like I feel like Jerry was one of the more interesting jury votes. Kiara was one of the kind of more interesting jury votes. And I feel like Josh is the other one that's like a bit more interesting in terms of like what he was thinking. But again, I could not find an interview with Josh. Because again, Josh is another one of these people that comes out of the house rooting for Danielle. But then at the end, obviously, he ends up voting for Lisa.
Tell me what to do. Good friend of Mr. Thatcher. I see. My apologies.
I will say the one thing also, but the major difference between Todrick and Danielle is that I don't think Danielle ever does anything personally in the game. Or at least we're not shown it. Again, for all I know, it could have been on the feeds. But everything seemed to be based around the game, where obviously like Todrick made a lot of personal attacks. I mean, that's the thing too. Is like people like Jerry in his interview talks about how much of a hypocrite Danielle is. Where it's like, what is hypocritical about Danielle, based on what we show? I mean, yes, she is a super cutthroat player, but like I feel like everything that's hypocritical about her is like within the context of the game. So like I don't fully get what like he's talking about when she's hypocritical. Oh yeah, Jerry and Colby are also likely for Legends if they were to do a Legends season. Kiara's an underrated player. I think the tough thing with Kiara is, like the thing is like I do suspect that she probably had more influence on Roddy than what the edit shows. But like I don't know how great her like winning chances were. And also she doesn't really navigate well enough to get to the end anyway. But then also like I don't know why she targets Josh. Again, I haven't gotten to that point in the season yet, but like I feel like that was like a questionable move to target Josh, and also to nominate Roddy against Josh, which I'm too fair he was like fine with, but that seems like a very bold risk. To put Roddy on the block there. Shit. Wow, okay, we're fine. I hated this mission when I first played this game. I used to fail it all the time. Well, I have Marianne at 4. I don't have Marianne at 4. I have Marianne at 3. Again, like I think her premiere, she does have that one quote of she wants to show the weirdos that you can be a weirdo and you can win too, or something like that. I think that's like a potential winner quote. And I mean, like really, it's more so like I just think Otaku member's winning. I still have Omar and Jonathan above her because I feel like they've gotten more detailed relationships. And also Omar's gotten the he had that opening confessional that was like similar to the Lion Lamb thing. But I also feel like Omar has like I'm too fair, they all have holes. Like it really doesn't matter. But like Omar has like again, I thought this last episode like maybe not the greatest look there. And then with the Chanel stuff. And also again like I think when looking at the theme of the most well-rounded player, like Omar and Jonathan both openly talk about not being the most well-rounded player. Which I think is like kind of the issue with them, but again, like in comparison to everyone else, I still think they are the top 2. So Mike at 1. Again, like Mike for me is number 4, and I feel like it's for like kind of a similar reason to Marianne. Whereas like I think they're clearly the 2 biggest like characters of the season. And I think the edit has like kind of undermined them slightly at points, but like not to the point where they can't win.
I'll deal with this, sir.
And then, but I think again, like I have Marianne above Mike, mostly because like I think Otaku member's winning at this point. But I think they're kind of around the same spot for me edgically. Though, I also feel like I think Mike's is probably a little bit less redeemable, the negativity there. But again, I think it's like relatively close.
The order stands
I don't think High is winning.
Who are you?
I have High at 6, but I don't think he's winning
You
at all.
don't know me.
Again, like he literally got a confession on the last episode that he thinks the journey is more important than winning.
I made a promise.
Again, that is not something that would be kept in there if he's winning the game. I think he is getting this like journey edit. I think he's one of these people that is supposed to develop over the course of this experience. And it's probably going to be like he could be like an end gamer, but like I think at the end of the day, like his story is more so about him growing as a person, more so than about him winning. Is Jonathan going to be targeting immediately at the merge? Probably not.
What happens now?
I mean, we saw this with like Danny last season, where like Danny wasn't even targeted until like the mid game.
Long, I suspect.
And like even then, like Danny was targeted because of social reasons, not physical reasons. Like really, again, like physical challenges don't mean anything unless you're also a threat outside of those physical challenges. So it's like I don't think that necessarily means that Jonathan's going to be like a big target right away. Again, like we saw at the merge last season that like Evie and Deshawn were the two biggest targets coming into the merge, and that was because there were social threats. And I think that's like probably the spot for Marianne, where like I could definitely see that being like a spot where Marianne goes home. It's like immediately after the merge, Marianne has like big target on her back for being a big social threat.
They want to know what comes next, and I do not have an answer. Lee alone remains.
And again, still realistically, I think Marianne is still probably like the Elaine style figure of like this fan favorite, really likable person that they take out because they're too big of a threat to win a jury vote.
It was she who helped the others to safety. If we can find her, I believe
we're only 2 hours in the. We're not even 2 hours in the stream.
So,
interesting. This is a lot quicker than I remembered. I remember like people complain about AC3 talking about how, oh my god, the prologue takes like 6 hours or whatever. It's like it doesn't. Mind you, it is way longer than it should be, but again, like it does not take like 6 fucking hours. Most broken tribal ever, potentially. It's a train wreck. Imagine if Amber was brought back for Winners of War and Boss Rob wasn't brought back. I mean, at that point, it would be because Amber said yes and Boss Rob said no. But, I mean, like, I think Amber still is not long for the game. And if she is, then I think it's as a GOAT. Like, I just don't see Amber winning the game. I don't think she's as... Like, she's not active enough of a player, and I don't think she's, like, well acclimated to the modern game to really, like, come anywhere close to winning Winners at War. I feel like Taco Tribe's going to pull in Mike and potentially Chanel. We're going to get into it. I mean, like, well... So what? We got Vati. Again, I think if they go to Tribal... Like, how many Tribals do we have until the merge? So we're at episode 3. So we have 2 Tribals, right? Until the merge. So, yeah, I think Daniel's next to go. After that, I think Chanel... Like, if they go to Tribal again, then Chanel or Mike are probably the next to go, I would think. Where, like, Chanel and Mike, like, are they really sticking together? And then, obviously, you have Hai and Lydia, who are closer. So, really, like, Hai and Lydia are probably, for sure, getting to the merge, right? Will any video anytime soon pass global runner-up ranking in length? Probably not. Because, like, I mean, like, realistically, I don't know, like, I'm not going to do the Survivor one, right? Actually, I don't know how long, like, if I do the BB Can player ranking, like, rank every player from BB Can, that could rival it. That'll probably be the biggest, like, one that could potentially do it. But again, like if I'm doing the Survivor, ranking every Survivor player, which I plan on doing, again, it won't be in 2 years. Again, at best be after Survivor 50. But even then, it's like, I don't think I'll keep it as one video. That's like fucking insane. Like that's just like too long of a video. Like that'd literally be like a 12-hour video, I feel like. Actually, how long will it be? Let's look this up. Mind you, I won't go as in depth, I guess. But let's just say I talk about, let's see, each player for like, and let's just even say a minute. How many Survivor players are there? There's like 700 by 60. Yeah, that's like almost 12 hours just alone, even if I just talk about every player for 1 minute. So, yeah, that's definitely going to be a long one. Brothers watched the Philippines auction for 10 days in a row. Why? Why that specific one? I have more faith in Chanel and Mike than Hai and Lydia. The thing is, like, I don't think Chanel and Mike are lining, though, right? I mean, like, why would they go 2v2 when they're right about to get to the merge? When Hai and Lydia are much more solidified as a duo. Like, 100%, like, if they go to Tribal again after Daniel goes home, then, like, I mean, like, at best, like, what we're, like, I mean, yeah, like, are Daniel and Chanel and Mike going to get back together? I think that really, maybe that's the big question, which I don't think they're going to. I feel like that'd be very surprising to me if they were to stick together after that. So, like, again, I think Daniel's more likely to go home. And then, like, 2v2, like, they're not going to, like, go to Rocks. Or I guess Fire Make. Well, actually, what would you do? It would be Rocks, right? Because there's still 2 people that can go to Rocks. Actually, no, it would be... Actually, I don't know. Yeah, what did he do at Final 4 on a basic vote? Because, like, the thing that makes it tricky on... because, like, the reason they don't go to Rocks at Final 4 otherwise is because someone has immunity, which makes it so only one person can go home in a deadlock tie. But without that immunity in play, then 2 people can draw Rocks. So I think they would still go to Rocks at 4, right? Like in 4 people left on the tribe. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll probably split it up into, like, each part being around 100 people. That's probably what I would do when I eventually do the Survivor player ranking. Yeah, that's going to be an insane video whenever I get around to doing it, though. I think they should have done a fire making challenge. Again, I don't think so. Again, I prefer if there's not. Like, I think Rocks is a much better tiebreaker than fire making challenge. I really feel like the fire making challenge is kind of a cop out. Like, the only reason why it makes sense at Final 4 is because someone has immunity. So, like, essentially, if you're in a situation where only one person can draw a rock, then I think that's probably where fire making makes more sense. Because at that position, then, like, why is that one person that is going to be forced to draw a rock? Why is that person incentivized to even cause a tie to begin with? Like, why are they even, like, they're essentially going to be strong-armed into going against their best interest there. So it's like, I feel like in that situation, it's better to go to fire making. But I think in any other situation where that isn't the case, then I would just rather them go to Rocks. Like, if you can go to Rocks, then I feel like you should go to Rocks. When does Mike get his vote back? At the merge. Chanel gets her vote back at the next tribal, though. Well, she only lost it for one tribal, while Mike lost it until the merge. However, that's something I didn't even realize about these idols, though. So if they make it to the merge without saying the phrase, that idol becomes valid anyway? I didn't realize that until this episode. So, like, as long as Mike doesn't say the phrase, and, like, that's what he was talking about, is, like, if he gets to the merge, then he has a secret idol. Kind of. Obviously not anymore because of the votes getting revealed, and he already told Jenny and Daniel, but, like, theoretically he would have a secret idol. Which, again, didn't realize that's how it worked I thought it would just be null and void once they got their merge. If they didn't say the phrase by then, but... Again, interesting. Again, but the Rodney situation is, again, one where, again, it's at the Final Four where Mike had immunity. And also, like, that was Mike actively trying to say fuck you to Rodney, where, like, he wanted, that wasn't really as much of, I mean, it was a game move in the sense that he wanted to make, like, Carolyn look worse because he knew that she couldn't make fire. But also, he just wanted to, like mess with Rodney because Rodney messed up his game. Actually, I'm an idiot. I could have fast traveled. Whatever. I'm right here, but I could have fast traveled from the from the beginning there, but whatever. Yeah, I could have fast traveled right here. Do I think Purgatory players will still beat Pagong? At this point, probably not, right? Like, I think Jordy is probably the next go. But who knows after that? Again, I feel like Mark is either winning immunity or playing his idol next round. I'll be very surprised if one of the two doesn't happen. Which at that point, I think Jordy's the easy boot. I would be... Unless Jordy wins immunity, I don't see how Jordy makes it out this next episode. Unless, Mark is so pissed at Josh that he decides to vote Josh instead. But I just feel like Jordy is such a blatant threat at this point. Both in terms of jury votes, where I think Jordy probably beats anyone at the end. But also in the fact that he has two other people that are so loyal to him in KJ and Shay that you gotta get rid of Jordy. Feel like Mark's gonna need immunity every round moving forward? Probably. I would be... And I think he's probably gonna do it. Again, he has 2 idols. He has 4 rounds of the game left. 2 idols, 2 immunity wins. That's all he needs. Mind you, he needs those immunity... He needs for sure to win the final immunity. If he doesn't have the numbers. He for sure needs final immunity. Because he can't play an idol, obviously, at the Final Four. But really, he just needs to win one of the next 3 and then the final immunity. And then he's essentially won the game. Because, again, there's no way he's getting to the end with Jordy. I think Jordy's the only person that could beat him. Maybe Josh. But I, again, don't think it's happening. I think more than likely he's going to get to the end. To be fair, he could get to the end of Josh. That's not out of the realm possibility. But he's probably going to get to the end of what? Chrissy and KJ? Chrissy and Shay, maybe? I think those combinations are probably more likely. Maybe David, but I feel like David's, just the, how invisible he was for, 10 episodes in a row or whatever. I feel like that's so unlikely for someone to make it to the end on Australian Survivor and be that invisible for that long. Where I feel like it makes more sense if he's a Final 5, Final 6 boot.
Have you found
her? Should do a Survivor ranking series.
Excellent. Well, the sooner we're done, the sooner we can get out of this cold.
Like, I would just make a video footage from the show? Again, the main reason I don't do it is just because I don't want to bother with dealing with potential copyright issues.
Braddock is insisting I return to service under him. I've tried to beg off, to no avail.
No doubt he's still angry about losing Pitcairn.
And again, from what I understand, Survivor US is a lot more lenient on that thing. Obviously, that's how Peridium and whatnot get away with it. But International Survivor is a fucking pain, and that's why my first video is as fucked as it is. And then I got into issues with A&W as well. For Survivor player ranking, I think there's 0% chance I do it for Survivor player ranking. I talked about that before, I just don't see the point of doing it for a player ranking. I think if I were to do it, I would have done it for the auction ranking, the jury speech ranking that's coming up. I feel like I would do it for those style of videos. For player rankings, I just don't see the point. It's like, what benefit is it to see like these shots of Tom Westman in Confessional when like talking about Tom Westman? I feel like it like adds nothing outside of like just making the video like look better. While like I feel like with like the Survivor auction ranking, that sort of thing, it can actually benefit the video. And, like if I were to do like a top 10 tribal council, like that sort of thing. But like I don't really see the point in a player ranking where it just feels like a pointless like addition of footage. And like that's something like I talk about this with like Caffeine Confessionals, who does like these challenge videos. Like I don't like how he uses footage in his videos. Or like I guess it makes it look more professional, but like it's also like again it's like pointless to me. Like why is he showing like random clips of like these random people doing like it doesn't really do much for me. I hate this section, by the way. I remember trying to upload the AU All-Stars intro in 2020 about a later copyright claim. Again, like my initial video was the Guide to International Survivor, and that was like a fully edited video, like with a whole bunch of footage in it and everything. And then I got like 30 copyright claims on it, from Australian Survivor, from Survivor SA. I think I even got a Survivor UK claim. I don't remember, but I feel like I did. But yeah, it did not go well. And that's why like the video is like such a fucking train wreck. In terms of the footage and everything. I'm pretty sure she's in the middle somewhere. What do you think of the Sambu? Again, I think it was a really fun tribal. I don't love that supposedly the reason why Josh flipped was because of Jordan making signals from the jury. That's something I don't love. But, I mean, the actual, like, thing was, like, fun TV. I don't think it was the best move for Josh, to do it in that way, at least. Actually, really, it wasn't his best move at all. I mean, I think the thing is, like, Josh is probably getting booted at 4, right? By Mark and Sam, even if they do survive. But then, I mean, like, if Sam actually did plan on actually sacrificing her game, then, like, I don't know, like, I don't love the move for him to get rid of Sam. And especially because, like, he wasn't actually trying to get rid of Sam, he was trying to flush her idol. I love how Andromeda Retrospect I opened by saying how flawed. Yeah, like again, like on my replay, and then like really it was a mix of the. Obviously, I did a replay on stream, but then it was also me like looking back at the story and like realizing like how like dumb it is. I was like, yeah, like Andromeda is not that good. Like it is pretty mediocre. I still have like some reverence for it. But yeah, it is not good. What? Okay, camera just spins out. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed. Like I wouldn't be opposed to a sequel to Andromeda. They're not going to do it because like, why? Like no one, like the general gaming community obviously doesn't want it, and obviously why continue off of something that was so reviled. But like I wouldn't be opposed to it. Where the fuck is she? I know she's in a tree. Or is she not in a tree yet? Is she in a camp? Oh, that's her there. Yeah, never mind. I forgot the tree is later. Canada's Got Talent started yesterday. Well, that's something. They show footage but no sound. Not real. I mean, there's video too. I think CBS is like mostly lenient. Like I think with Survivor and Big Brother, I believe that is mostly the case. Now I do know that there is like some sound that you can get fucked over for. Mind you, again, if it's chopped up enough, you should be fine anyway.
before he grows
But like I know there was
I can handle things from here.
So again, like I talked about this ad, like
Stop running.
Like I upload all my game footage. That like every time I play a game, I record it and upload it to YouTube. And I know there was like sometimes where I was playing a game where like I had like Survivor episodes in the background. I think it was during my premiere ranking. When I was doing the premiere ranking, I kind of had like some of the premieres running in the background, and all those videos got claimed because of the audio from the episodes, despite it not even being like it's not even like from like actually the episodes. It's like I was watching it on my phone, which was like not even that close to the mic, so like it still picks up audio, and they still claim that. But yeah, like I think you can't. I'm pretty sure you can get away with video, obviously, because like that's what Peridium and like Once Upon an Island, Idle Doubt do. TB's better than Liara? I completely disagree. Again, I mean, wait until you see my ranking, my squad mate ranking. I did not put Andromeda characters in the squad mate ranking. I only did the main trilogy. But I mean, PP would be the highest of Andromeda. But like, I think even then she would probably be like number 10 or so on the list. Oh, I forgot he can't climb trees. I'm a fucking idiot. Favorite part of the sand boot was Jesse saying that was epic. I did find it funny they did add that like post-episode scene or whatever. Where'd she go? Now she's in a tree, I'm pretty sure. So where'd she go? Is Survivor CBS's top unscripted show at this point? I believe it's always been, right? And yeah, I mean, it still is now. But I believe it's always been their top unscripted show. Which BBAU seasons are good? It matters what you're looking for. Like none of them are like top tier reality television to me. Of the ones I've watched, but like Tim Dormer's season is like fine if you're looking for like the old school format. If you're looking for the modern format, then like none of them are that great. Like VIP is probably the best one just because it's shorter. But then was it AU? I mean, whatever. The one from last season is like good, but just like way too long. Where the fuck is she? Oh, is that her there? Wait. Or maybe not. I just might do this. Before the format change, again, I've only watched 2 seasons before the format change. I've only watched Tim Dormer season and then, like, really the last 2 seasons before the format change. So it's like Tim Dormer season, the season that got the show canceled. But I didn't hate the season. I didn't dislike either of them. It's just, like, they're still, like, not, like, to the level of, the social strategy-based shows. Cool. Okay, well, fine. Again, I keep forgetting you can't climb trees. I remember getting claimed for adding the 39 days 20 people won Survivor part of the IOI review. Yeah, like, I think it... Like, I don't remember what the rules are exactly in terms of time. But yeah, like, probably, I would say, like, 5 seconds of audio is probably fine. But, like, anything more than that, you're probably going to get, like, some sort of claim.
Sorry.
And you can fight claims. It's just a fucking pain to do it.
Well, your name.
Like, it takes forever for them to respond, and even then, you're not even guaranteed. And then also, if they deny your claim, then you get strikes on your channel. So it's like what's the fucking point? I'm not gonna bother.
Dio.
Yeah, I completely agree with that Liara thing. Again, Mass Effect 3 is what makes me love Liara. Like, Mass Effect 1 is, like, whatever. It's fine. Mass Effect 2, I think Shadow, or Lair of the Shadow Broker is, like, good. And then like I love Liara and Mass Effect 3.
I saved your people. Does this mean nothing?
Is Tim still fun on the season? And Tim's fun everywhere. Tim's the most fun on that season. Like that's what made Tim. Like that's what made him a notable figure.
Close to here, there is a hill.
Will the stream crash anytime within the next 10 minutes? Would I start again or just wait until Sunday? I'll probably go again. I'll probably go till 3, unless I think if like an hour from now, if it crashed, then maybe we're done. But like right now, like I would still definitely go.
From these lands.
More.
They're led by a man known as the Bulldog.
Edward Braddock.
You know him?
He is no friend of mine.
Wow, the textures are like really janky there.
Every day, more of my people are lost to men like him.
Does he want to do BB Can again? I don't know.
We put a stop to it.
I would guess that he wouldn't be opposed to it if they're like, obviously like they would have to spend the money to fly him out there and all that stuff. But like if he's doing BBAU again, like I would not be surprised if he does BB Can again.
We have to find him.
Yeah, I think for sure after the latest replays, that Liara is like for sure the is the character that it feels like you're meant to romance. Like I feel like the story makes the most sense if you romance Liara as male Shep at least. Actually, can you do as female? Yeah, you can do female Shep too, right? So I guess it works there too.
It will not happen.
So yeah, like I think Liara is definitely the love interest that feels right. The problem is I've never actually done a full playthrough of the trilogy with Liara as my love interest.
A Mohawkman is likely to raise suspicions, if not.
I probably will next time I do trilogy replay, but it's like when am I actually going to replay Mass Effect trilogy?
I hope so.
I had no idea Liara wasn't into. I mean, Liara is in 2. It's just that she's not like a main character. Like she's in the. She's in what is that planet called? The planet where you get Samara and Thane. But yeah, I mean, again, very minor role. And later, the Shadow Broker feels like the like essentially, later the Shadow Broker is her like recruitment mission and her loyalty mission. It's like the beginning part with who's the cop person, the Kapasari woman, like that feels like her recruitment mission, and then the stuff with the Shadow Broker at the end feels like her loyalty mission, which I'm sure was purposeful that they structured it like that. I hear Netflix. Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about the Netflix challenge thing. Which, again, like, I don't know how much interest I really have in it, considering I've only watched Circle. But I'll probably give it a shot. But I'm not going to bother watching Too Hot to Handle or Love Is Blind. By the way, wasn't there a new show that got announced today? Oh, yeah, the celebrity relative show. That got announced today. Or maybe it was yesterday, but either way, like recently. They're doing essentially Celebrity Big Brother, but it's relatives of the celebrities, which is like really weird. And it's like hosted by
I was leaving.
Who is it? It's hosted by Nick Jonas, right? Stuff like that.
Well, now.
Yeah, like bizarre. Like who wanted that?
And you were worried I was going to be the problem?
Do a Minecraft story mode? I could not be bothered to do a Minecraft story mode video. I plan on doing a retrospective on almost every Telltale game at the time their anniversaries or whatnot, but like I don't think I would even bother to do Minecraft story mode. Like obviously we're gonna play Walking Dead Season 1 pretty soon. Is that next actually? I think that's next after this. Yeah, Walking Dead Season 1, then we got Wolf Among Us. We'll play relatively soon. I forgot, what's the order of things? I think Walking Dead Season 1, and then Life is Strange, and Before the Storm, because I need to do Before the Storm video, and I think after that is Wolf Among Us?
Here.
Actually, I forgot, we were going to play Liberation as well. Oh yeah, we're going to play Tyranny King Washington. I forgot about that. So I might actually have to spend a little bit of time on this, on AC3.
It wasn't necessary. But thank you.
Assume she was a full squad mate in all 3 games. Yeah. It would have been cool if they added... I mean, like, I don't know how you would have done it, but, like, it would have been cool if, like, if you did layer the Shadow Broker, that she becomes a part of your crew after that. But, like, that's just so hard to rework all of Mass Effect 2 to add in Liara. But that would have been a cool thing if they ever did that. Yeah, it is weird how, like, I mean, I don't know weird is the right term, but, like, yeah, Mass Effect 3, like, what, half of your crew are Mass Effect 1 crew members? Which is, again, obviously done on purpose. But, it's something I didn't even pay attention to until I did the recent replay. Is that, like, most of your crew in Mass Effect 3 are people that were in your crew in Mass Effect. Like, it's essentially your entire crew, with obviously only one of the Vermeer survivors, and then not Rex. Yeah, I mean, they did do that with Javik, but, like, I think the difference there is that Javik was actually part of the game, though. Like, Javik was part of the game initially, and then they took him out to make him DLC, free DLC that was available at launch. Like, that's a different situation than Lair of the Shadow Broker, which was released after the fact. Like, they didn't rework Mass Effect 3. They literally made Mass Effect 3 with him in it and then took him out. Just doing April Fool's stream. When is April Fool's? It's like one on a Friday, right? Ashley's Playroom. I mean, it would be a short stream at least. I mean, that's like, what, like 2 hours? How long does it take to... I don't even remember. I think it's like 2 hours, right? Actually, I never platinumed it. I wouldn't mind going back to platinuming it at some point. I don't know what you have to do to platinum it, though. Yeah, it took... Really? Was that short? Okay, never mind. It took me like an hour and a half to finish the main campaign. Okay, I forgot that was... Javik was not free DLC, it was day 1 DLC. It was free. It was DLC that was attached to like the deluxe edition or whatever they called it. Like essentially, I think they charged like an extra $10 for it. I think is what it was, because that's what they did. Yeah, and people were upset at the time too. That was like a controversy of like that they're essentially taking out stuff from the game to sell it separately. Will I include A&W in my reality TV? Probably. Any unscripted show that I make a video of, I will for sure include. And with this year, I'm obviously adding in things I'm not going to do videos of. Potentially. I mean, again, like if I don't bother with the rest of Beyond the Edge, then I probably won't add that. But either way, like I'll definitely add the challenge spin-offs. And potentially, I don't know, we'll see what else comes out this year. Did not mean to do that. Am I going to watch X on the Beach? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't have an easy way to watch MTV right now. Because I used to, like, sign into my parents' like cable thing and just watch or like just stream it to my TV, but like I can't do that anymore because they cut cable, so it's like at that point, like I would have to watch it like the day after, and it's like I don't know if I care enough, to be honest. Like the challenge I'll still do it, but like I don't know if I care enough about X on the Beach. Favorite A&W winner? I mean, there's only 2, right? Technically, I mean, unless we're including Jeff Britton, which at that point it's probably Jeff Britton. But I mean, like, it would have been Drew if Drew wasn't a terrible human being. Like, it was Drew up until the point that the stuff about Drew came out. But it's not Isaac. I mean, I guess if we're talking about if it's only the 2, then I guess it has to be Isaac. But, yeah, I'm not a big Isaac fan.
Hardly. But I'll have to approach this carefully.
They were trying everything to make people hate launch Mass Effect 3. Yeah, pretty much. Again, I mean, like Mass Effect 3, like that was such a big like controversy at the time. Obviously, people hated the ending. People hated the microtransactions and everything. Actually, is it technically a microtransaction? I guess it's just like paid DLC, day one DLC. I guess that's probably more of what it is. Oh, I'm an idiot. I wasn't. Again, I'm not paying attention. I'm supposed to go back. Well, I'm not supposed to. Because technically this is against the full sync, right? But whatever. I think the Nick Jonas show is on ABC, right? What is it called? Let's see. I think it was on ABC because I know Disney produces it. Which, yeah.
Those cannons are
Claim to Fame is the name of the show. It's ABC. Yeah, this was 10 hours ago. This got announced. The reality... oh, fuck off. I accidentally clicked off. There we go. The reality show will follow 12 celebrity relatives as they step out of their famous family's shadows and move into the same house, attempting to keep their identity secret. And I think there's more later if I can get the thing to open. But anyway, it eventually talks about like creating alliances and everything. So it seems like it's going to be like a Big Brother-esque show. Yeah, the cast will form alliances and compete in challenges while also playing DNA detective to try and avoid elimination and ultimately win the $100,000 prize. So, again, it seems like it's going to be social strategy. So, I'll at least try to watch it. Unless it's like, I mean, like, yeah, if it's like complete shit, then
there will be no truth.
What am I doing here?
Why, George? What reason did he give? He said a diplomatic.
It's fine. I never noticed that this was George Washington until I played the remaster and they give you the subtitles. But like the original version of the game didn't have names on the subtitles.
There's merit to those words, as much as I hate to admit it.
I hate this fucking mission. I was show it. What was it? I already closed it. Claim to Fame. Claim to Fame. That's what it is.
I fear Braddock's bloodlust makes them careless. It puts them at a risk. I'd rather not be delivering grim news to mothers and widows because the bulldog wanted to prove a point. Where is the general now? Rallying the troops.
Yeah, I don't expect it to be good. I assume it's going to be really bad, but I still think it'll be interesting. And I just love that it's hosted by, like, the Jonases that, like, no one cares about. Oh, shit.
Surely be of use. I need to find it.
Wow, I somehow got through that. I should have definitely failed that. Fox is literally just Gordon Ramsay shows. I mean, at this point, pretty much, right? Yeah, American Idol's not even on Fox anymore, right? I forgot, does this work on the remaster? Because you're not supposed to... oh, fuck off. Okay, well... can you side eject still? Did they take that out? Oh, no, you can. There we go. Okay. You're not supposed to do that, but whatever. Why is Lisa non-BB All-Stars? I mean, because they don't care about her anymore. Like, realistically. Like, I don't think they care about most, like, pre-All-Stars 1 people for All-Stars 2.
What news?
I think the only people they cared about was obviously Janelle and Kaser, and then I think Daniel Reyes. And then Will. But I don't think anyone else is really in consideration.
We will ambush him here near the river. Go and gather your allies. I will do the
Got
same.
on watching Beyond the Edge. Like, why? Again, like I think it's just for a different audience for what I want. Again, it's essentially everything I don't like about Survivor encompassed in a show. It's like everything I like about Survivor is taken out in terms of social strategy game, the like wacky character moments. And instead, it's just like a really boring group of people that you're supposed to care about because they're celebrities, and also they have like sob stories and whatnot. And it's a whole bunch of challenges. Like, it's really the things I don't like about Survivor. Where's this? Slightly more responsive than I remembered. I feel like maybe it's PS5. So yeah, I don't know. The map used to be like really janky. Why does Will not want to come back? Why would he come back? Like, I don't think he has incentive to come back. Like, really, most people don't have any incentive to do Big Brother. Big Brother's just simply not worth it. Like, I personally would also have, like, no interest in playing Big Brother. Like, why am I going to subjugate myself to 90 days, especially at that point for only $500,000? Like, the chance of winning $500,000, you have to spend 90 days in a house, at a point where, like, pretty much everyone on Twitter is going to fucking hate you unless you're, like, someone like a Devon. It's like, well, why do I care? Like, why am I doing this? Like everyone's gonna like pick on like every word you say, and then like gonna bring up something to hate you for. It's like I don't know why they would want to do Big Brother again, realistically, unless they have like something to prove. And for Will, it's like he doesn't have anything to prove. Yeah, I know it's 750,000 now, but it's like even then, it's like not really worth it. Like while that money's obviously life-changing, it's like life-changing, but it's like it's also not like the end-all be-all. It's still not like you winning that money like makes it so you can just do nothing the rest of your life. Like it's still not enough money to like fully retire on or anything. And like even then, it's like Will's well off enough anyway that I don't think he cares about the money. But like realistically, it's like. Yeah, like 100,000, like winning even Survivor, $1 million. What, 40% of it goes to taxes. You only get $600,000. At that point, $600,000 is like not enough to do much within the grand scheme of things. Like it's obviously like very beneficial money to have, but it's not really like you're set for life sort of money. Yeah, you have game show winnings in America are taxed about 40%. Why is there reality show taxes? Because you're making money. Like that's like making money in any way in America is essentially taxed.
The cold ground. Here.
Do they just add the winnings to your earnings? What do you mean?
Work, I see.
How did you?
That like.
It is time.
What, like if you win $1 million, you only get to keep 600,000 of it. 400,000 of it goes to the government. If you win $500,000, you only get $300,000 of it. Will Peridium ever do Survivor Big Brother? Probably not. And if he does, it's not because he's Peridium. And if anything, I think that actually harms him in terms of his chances of getting on the show. I don't think they would like. I don't think they want someone like Peridium on the show. In terms of like someone that's like big for commentary on the show. I think if anything, they would cast him because of who he is as a person, more so than like him being Peridium.
Warm weather and bugs are soon to be the least of our worries.
BB Can prize. BB Can prize is like terrible. Like again, $100,000. Again, at least it's not taxed in Canada, so at least that's something. But like still, $100,000 is nothing. Like $100,000 in like the chance of winning $100,000 over the course of 2 months. It's like that is simply not worth it. Like it really isn't.
I imagine the Bulldog's none too pleased after the stunt we pulled.
Is Lou Diamond Phillips a good TV personality? I don't remember if he's that entertaining. I haven't watched anything with Lou Diamond Phillips in forever. But I remember like liking him. But again, that's like when I was a kid. But like I don't know how like entertaining he really is. Imagine BB Can prize in America. I mean, there are some shows that do, and it's like I think with that you're more likely only going to get people that are in it for exposure more so than like actually wanting to win.
I see you've been busy.
Wonder how Nina and Sandra would have been paid out. In terms of what? Like they still have to pay taxes. in the U.S. for it.
The Lenape, the Shawnee.
I would guess. I mean, I'd be very surprised if they wouldn't.
Who do you stand for?
Myself.
I believe Australia doesn't have taxes, though.
What would you
That's
have me
something,
do?
right?
Well, you'll help the others to prepare. Follow.
Yeah, all the Wendy's. You can get all that Wendy's. Do you actually? What is the prize? I know you get like $10,000 from Winners, which is like whatever. Again, Winners is like some sort of like clothing store, right? Which is like you're really gonna spend $10,000 at Winners.
Just savoring the moment. No doubt.
Yeah, like BB Can's prize is like really shit though. Australian Fair has income tax. Again, game show winnings is like different from income tax. Like Canada has income tax. It doesn't have game show winning tax. So. It doesn't have like it's like kind of its own separate thing.
We must ensure our people have ample room to grow and further prosper.
Mind you, I think in terms of Sandra and Nina, I think it would be considered income. It would essentially be as if they're being contracted from like an outside country, or like from a company from another country, but then they're still making the money in the U.S. I think it's how they would handle it, to where I think they would still have to pay income. They would essentially have to pay income tax in the U.S. I think. I don't think it would be classified as game show winnings in the U.S. But again, I'm obviously not a tax expert.
Now's the time to strike.
Wait.
Yeah, you get a free trip, I think. BB Can.
Must ensure that Braddock falls, else he's sure to try again.
I do find it funny how BB Can is like most of the prize is like stuff from their sponsors. Do I have a pet? No, I don't. I don't know if I would be able to take care of one at this point either. I can barely take care of myself, let alone a fucking pet. My like childhood dog passed away last year, and up to his death, I was taking care of him here and there. Just because, like, okay, well, that was kind of shit. Yeah, like I watched over him at some points, but outside of that, no. Nails is $200,000 in a truck. That seems apt. It's funny that CBS is the only BB franchise to not have heavy sponsorship. That's because they don't need it. Like, they have CBS, and they have decent enough ratings to where they're willing to pay it out. And also, even then, again, like, it's not even that good of a prize. Like, I mean, 750,000 is better, but still, like, why not just $1 million? Like, they can afford it. I can assure you that Big Brother can afford $1 million prize. Now, obviously, I don't think they want to afford it, which is why they didn't go to $1 million. But I can assure you they can afford $1 million. Ratings are usually terrible in the summer for TV. And that's what makes Big Brother as successful as it is that it is one of the highest rated shows during the summer.
Edward.
It's like one of the highest rated shows during a period of time where they're not, where TV ratings are usually low. Yeah, I definitely got to stream on Marry Me. That's something.
Sir.
I mean, they're not great. I mean, like, the thing is, like, TV ratings in general are down everywhere. Like, no matter what, like time period you're at, like, TV ratings are down. Survivor right now gets, what, like, 5 million viewers a week? Where, like, at the time, like, even, like, Cagayan, it was getting, like, 9 to 10. Right? It was, like, 8 or 9, something like that. Like, so it's, like, even, like, in comparison, like, just then, it's already down significantly. But it's still, like, the #1 show in its time slot, which is really all that matters. Because, like, the only thing that's stopping Survivor in terms of its security is if, like, CBS as a network gets taken down. Like, I just think Survivor is just such a profitable show for them, considering the current, like, TV market that there's no reason for them to get rid of it unless they legitimately just say, fuck, like, TV, we're going all streaming. And even then, I still think it's worth it for them to continue the show as a streaming-only show. And the same thing goes for Big Brother. Again, the same thing does not go with the Amazing Race, which is why I don't feel as secure for Amazing Race's placement. Even though Amazing Race technically, I believe, gets better ratings than Big Brother.
Come on, then!
Slightly, but again, it's a much more expensive show to make. It's also a harder show to make. In terms of so much planning going on that it's like, I don't know if they would care enough if it becomes like so much of a struggle to continue the show going. Honestly, if they actually get to 100 seasons, I think they will. Like, if you were to put like a gun to my head, say like, will they make it or not? I think they will. Obviously, it's still so far down the road. Like, so it's like, that's what, 30 years from now? So it's like, who really knows? But I would bet for it over against it.
I'm sorry, Edward.
There you go. So that took less than 3 hours to get to Connor.
Why, Haytham?
Your death opens a door. It's nothing personal.
I think Survivor is a show that could easily get bought. Again, I don't think CBS is getting rid of Survivor.
Personal.
Pain in my arm. I think if anything, Survivor becomes a Paramount Plus exclusive. I don't think it's going to Netflix as an exclusive.
Perhaps. No longer.
Because like even like Netflix buying rights to certain seasons of Survivor, the reason why like CBS is allowing that is because they're trying to get Survivor more exposure so that they can sell it more on their own platform. It's not because they're trying to help out Netflix or whatever. It's because, well, I mean, once they're getting paid also, obviously, to put Survivor on. But then also it's like they're promoting themselves through doing so. When is Jeff Probst retiring? I think that's a more interesting question. Yeah, I think 60 is probably like where I would guess is around that spot. Because that's what, 10 years from now, Jeff Probst would be like mid-60s, right? How old is he now? It's like 50-something, right? Oh no, he's 60 now. Holy shit. I didn't think he was that old. Okay. But yeah, like I would say Survivor 60 seems about right. To be honest, I could see it being earlier though. Because like he's talked about how like it's a struggle to keep up his family life with Survivor filming and everything. It's like I could see him dropping it earlier, but like I mean, no matter what, he's gonna be part of production now. Like there's no way he stops being a producer on the show until he dies. I don't think. But yeah, like as a host, could be earlier. But yeah, I would guess 60. Again, it could be 50. That could be the point. But I don't know. It seems a bit early. Like, because that's only in what, like 3 years? And that seems, yeah, that feels a bit early to me.
No.
Oh, we'll see.
You seem disappointed.
Should have just made Beyond the Edge Celebrity Survivor.
I thought I held the key that it would open something here.
Probably. I think wasn't that initially what it was though, right? And they decided to change it because like it was essentially like because like people that worked on Survivor became like the core production team for Beyond the Edge, right? So like I wouldn't be surprised if that is what it initially was, and then maybe they like couldn't get the interest or.
Came into their world and shaped it for what
I don't know what they did. I don't know why they went with Beyond the Edge.
She had a hard journey, fraught with great loss and peril.
Kind of tired of Jeff. I can see it.
But she believed in her children.
I still think Jeff is the best host on TV, but
I know she is long
yeah,
gone.
I get why people are not into Jeff.
Her ears still hear our words. Her hands still guide us.
Well, social strategy games are on NBC. Nothing yet. Yeah, $1 Million Island is supposedly coming. Yeah, like Survivors wouldn't do like real, or celebrities wouldn't do real Survivor. I don't think. Well, like, I think Beyond the Edge is, like in terms of the format of it, is the best you're gonna get for Celebrity Survivor. Without like having to like really go hard for casting. Like where like obviously you got like the Cliff Robinsons, the Jeff Kents, the Jimmy Johnson's. I mean, even Jimmy Johnson wanted to like quit right away. But I mean, you get like people here and there, but like I think it'd be a pain to get a full blown Celebrity Survivor and like have it actually be full blown Survivor season. Like I just feel like it's just so much effort that's not really worth it for them. To where, yeah, I think best you're gonna get is something like Beyond the Edge, in terms of format, in terms of like maybe a round a day. Obviously, like not as hard conditions. You get more stuff, like essentially probably like a Borneo-esque conditions in terms of like you have like jackets, you have like a massive backpack of stuff. Probably also, was it playing for charity? I think that's probably also a thing you need to do.
Did you find it then?
I mean, Penner is not on the caliber of a celebrity to get on show, and on a celebrity version of the show. And two, it's even Gary Hogaboom is like barely there. Mike White is a legitimate celebrity. Like he's the one that you can legitimately put on.
Please sit.
But like the others are just not even. Like Penner again, like he's what he was on like one episode of Seinfeld a long time ago. He's a writer. Again, he's not big enough to really be a full-blown celebrity.
Which means we are close.
Thoughts on Simon Cowell? I think he's a dick. And I just think he's kind of a dick. I think recently he's like kind of turned around from what I saw. I did watch like an episode or two of like America's Got Talent at one point, and it's like he seems like a nicer guy now, but I still think he's a fucking asshole. Like again, the fact that he like impregnated his like friend's wife while they were married, and then like is now that's the mother of his child that he's like now engaged or married to or whatever. It's like I just think he's kind of an asshole.
Very well. Charles, come, stand.
Yeah, Lauren Silverman?
Do you swear to uphold the principles of our order and all that for which we stand?
I do.
And never to share our secrets nor divulge the true nature of our work.
Yeah, he began dating Lauren Silverman,
from now until death, whatever the cost.
Who was married to Andrew Silverman, who was his friend,
then we welcome you into our fold.
Who filed for divorce citing adultery by his wife and named Cowell as the co-respondent.
One defined by purpose and order.
Yeah. Divorce filing became public 2 weeks later, widely reported that Silverman and Cowell were expecting a baby together. So, yeah, it's kind of a dick.
Are a Templar.
Big reveal.
Understanding guide us.
I loved this moment when I was a kid.
Wait, what?
And like it's kind of obvious in retrospect if you were like looking out for it, but obviously I wasn't the first time I played it. Thoughts on Gordon Ramsay? I don't have as much experience with Gordon Ramsay. Like I don't know much about him as a person, like outside the show. As like a TV figure, he seems like great TV. But like I don't know if like how much of that is like his actual personality in real life. Like I don't know if he's actually that much of a dick, or if that's just playing up for TV. Where like I feel like with Simon Cowell, like he's actually a dick.
He must be the amulet Hatham took
until probably more recently, where maybe he's mellowed out now. But I think that's legitimately him. Where like I don't know what it is with Gordon Ramsay.
Hey, he's your ancestor too. Why don't you hop in
16-day survivor in Hawaii or California.
It's like dealing with a 6-year-old.
Maybe, I mean, they could do it. I don't know.
What is wrong with you, Desmond?
Though. Should watch HET Extreme. I think I'm good.
You want to know what's wrong?
I don't think I need to bother really.
I'm not even here.
Like what a weird thing. Like I did see that was a thing. That's like so they did like, but they did. I know that about what America's Got Talent, the champions, right? Where they got like it's essentially like an all-star season of America's Got Talent. And, like that's like kind of a cool concept. But then like they now instead of doing that, they're doing Extreme, just like an America's Got Talent like short series where it's like just like extreme sports and stuff. It's like that's really random. This game.
You hear me? Everything I do.
I love that John Delancey plays William Miles.
Maybe I pushed a little.
Like it's so weird because I watched the first few episodes of Picard like a week or two ago. I don't remember when it was, but he plays Q in Next Generation, and he's in Picard. And like it's so weird hearing his voice because he sounds the exact same fucking like he sounds the exact same as in this game.
The news
isn't good.
America's Got Talent champions is winners at war. Pretty much. Kind of.
Well, I guess they're batteries. You found one on your way in, but there aren't any more.
Except for that, like, what's weird is that they call it America's Got Talent champions, but I don't believe it's all winners. Like, you would think that would make sense if it got, like, a whole bunch of winners from across the world, but I believe it's just, like, essentially just all-stars.
I can cross-reference these particular devices with their database.
I feel like reality shows are being forced to become more kid-friendly. I don't think they're being forced to. I just think that things like Survivor, like on CBS, I think they are. I don't think it's that they're being forced to necessarily. I just think that that's what they think their market is nowadays. Which, I mean, I don't know if that's completely inaccurate.
What are you working on?
But yeah, like Survivor obviously is now like catering towards like a family, like being a family show. You have Big Brother, which is this like summer fun sort of show.
For what?
I don't know if Amazing Race ever like didn't necessarily cater towards younger audiences.
You sacrificed a lot for me.
But like, it is funny how like you watch Big Brother 3, and like there's so much focus early on like how like sexy Lisa is, and like how like Tanya has fake breasts, and you have like the peanut butter bikini stuff. Like there's so much talk about how we're a very attractive cast. We're more attractive than last season, essentially. And I believe like Arnold Shapiro like did an interview before the season saying, "Oh, we got a more attractive cast this time." Which I guess that was like the criticism of BB2's cast, which I mean, too fair. I wouldn't necessarily disagree. But it's still funny that was like a big thing. And then obviously with Survivor, you got like the Amazon with Jenna and Heidi. You got like Sarah Jones being shown as like this really sexual person.
I don't know why they had to make this all so complicated. I mean, if they need something from me, they should just come out and say.
Yeah, like I just think that's the way reality TV was around that time.
I get the sense Juno and Minerva didn't exactly see eye to eye. I'm studying.
Yeah, I guess the challenge as well. I don't know if the challenge I think is different though. Where like the challenge isn't family friendly. Like that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it a sport. I think that's the difference there. Where like they're trying to make it serious, as like to make it a like professional, like sporting event more so than a reality show.
Would you look at that?
What is it?
If I had to guess, I would say
NBC makes so much money off the NFL that they can make random shows like AGT Extreme. I like how do they do ratings wise? Because I know America's Got Talent is like one of the highest rated shows during the summer. I believe it's higher rated than Big Brother. So it's like it makes sense that they would try to do things like that. But again, it still feels like a random show for them to do. Like not an American Got Talent spinoff, but again, an extreme version.
I've been reviewing our archives, and it appears that Haytham's father was indeed an assassin.
Hosts of the Oscars are Amy Schumer, Regina Hall, Wanda Sykes. That's a really random grouping of people. Like, why is it those three? Like Amy Schumer, I can get. Wanda Sykes, I guess I can get. Like Regina Hall feels random. Like Regina Hall's like just an actress, right? Oh, Regina Hall. Okay, I was getting confused with. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, she's from like Scary Movie and everything. I mean, I guess it makes sense. They're all comedians, right? Then, or like have comedic backgrounds. That's still like a random grouping of people, though. Who was I thinking of? I think it was Regina King is who I was thinking of. Yeah, Regina King. One from Overwatch. Or not Overwatch, Watchmen.
Honest answer, please, Desmond. Do you think we're getting out of this alive?
I don't know.
I love these conversations.
It's a pretty tall order. If the first Civ couldn't save the world, how the hell are we supposed to swing it?
We have some time.
Minecraft Championship has 23 events.
They had decades and a lot more.
What do they do in a Minecraft Championship?
This was coming for what?
Like, what do they do in that?
History repeats.
Imagine Enzo winning Wars of Warlords.
So busy with their war against
I mean, imagine like Enzo. Imagine.
Advance warning and then fall to fighting with the Templars.
Nah, I guess that'll be spoiler. But
yeah,
I mean, like it's just bizarre. It's still bizarre. Certain people that are cast.
back to work I go. You should consider doing the same.
By the way, there are, 3 rounds that have gone through, I believe, of the challenge CPS? I assume it's 3 rounds. I assume they're eliminating a man and a woman every round. So I believe it's we're 3 rounds through at this point.
Right now. Jesus, Dad. What? What do you want me to say?
I think Angela is a very likely winner of Challenge CPS.
How are you? What have you been up to?
I don't know how well integrated socially she is, but in terms of just physical ability, I think she's definitely one of the better women on the cast. Now, again, I don't know much about the Love Island people, but I think she's for sure one of the better Big Brother Survivor people there. Let's look at the challenge cast again. I guess I never did give winner picks. Not that it really matters. But let's see. Yeah, I think again, I know nothing about the Love Island people. Yeah, Angela, Desi, I think is another one. Oh wait, Desi looks really good in this picture. But yeah, Angela, Desi, maybe Sarah Lucina. Oh, even Shan looks really good in this picture. But I feel like those are the top 2 for the women are Desi and Angela, and then for the men, I know nothing about Cinco, but he seems really ripped. Danny is probably a top contender. Danny from 41. Can Dominic and Enzo win? I think that's a question. I lean towards no, but who really knows? And I think Kyland and probably Xavier are top contenders. I would love for Tyson to win, but I don't know how likely that really is. Yeah, I don't. Again, that's what I'm saying. I don't know anything about Cache. Curious as if it's a pair format, given the elims. I would suspect it's not, personally. If I were to guess, I would say it's individuals. But again, you never know. How would Mr. Beast do on Survivor? I know very little about Mr. Beast. The only thing I've seen of him is the Squid Game video.
Let's just get back to work, okay?
Favorite YouTuber growing up? I never was that big into watching YouTuber. I never was into watching big YouTubers. Where my favorite YouTuber as a kid was probably Pete Dorr.
Do you think it can save us?
Who he has 100,000 subscribers, so even he's not that big. 112.
We have a lot of alternatives.
And TV and Lust was a channel I really like, but he's eliminated most of his stuff. Even these are video game collecting channels.
What if we went to that?
Yeah, almost all of his old videos are gone.
Thought about it actually.
He has recent stuff.
Showing them what we've seen, trying to work together. They must know so much more than we do, but...
What is it?
It's possible they know exactly what's
I know of Peanut Butter Gamer, but never really watched much of his stuff.
And then when it's all over...
Yeah, I've just never been big into,
ready to take control.
into watching these, mainstream... Why are we talking over... I'm right next to her. Why are we talking through the headphone? Or whatever, whatever. Alright, I guess we'll go back in. Mr. Beast rented Island did his own Survivor. Is that a thing? Oh, it's last to leave the island. Keeps it, I guess? Oh, yeah, it is insane, the production value of that Squid Game video, though. It really makes you wonder, how much, money is going into these videos. How much money he's making from these videos.
Dinuero Jokwa Templar Alguego Tadinero Darhox. Ne Onha at Getsanis.
Oh, is he still doing stuff? I know very little about. Like Peanut Butter Gamer. I know he was kind of like on the side of like the gaming YouTube community that I was like following. Where like I know he did like podcasts with certain people. Like I think he was on All Gen Gamers, right? Which was like a game collecting podcast. But I think he was on it at one point. So like I knew of him, but like I never actually watched his videos. Yeah, he was on one. So yeah. But yeah, he has 2 million subscribers. That's quite a bit. You're getting a Connor, everyone's favorite character. So I think that's like 1 video a month at this point, it looks like. So that's something. Actually, I don't even know, like, who am I even subscribed to anymore? From back in the day. I don't think I'm even subscribed to that many channels that I used to watch. Yeah, I'm only subscribed to 92 YouTube channels at this point. And even some of these, I don't even fucking watch anymore. Like, even some of these are kind of pointless. The Game Chasers. I really like the Game Chasers back in the day. Haven't watched anything they've done in the last, like, 5 years, probably. But, or probably more. Probably, like, 2 years. But, still. Yeah, I mean, like, very little. Like, The Completionist, I like his videos. But never really watched it, like, that's a more, like, somewhat recent, like, I think that's, like, within the last, like, 5 years I watched his videos. Lasers, again, is a channel that I, like, follow closely, I guess. Where, again, like, he was, used to do Assassin's Creed videos. And I, in general, like, mostly agree with his takes on gaming. So there's that. I used to love Chris Stuckman when I was into film. But, again, not really anymore, so I haven't really been watching his stuff anymore. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's really not a lot anymore. I'm subscribed to so many, like, fucking Survivor fan channels. Or not fan, but, like, Survivor, like, Michigan and Survivor, Maryland and all that shit. Me saying shit lovingly as, again, I obviously love Survivor Michigan. Actually, some of these channels, like, I don't even watch a lot of these channels that are, like, towards the bottom of this list. Like, there's some channels that I just forgot I was even subscribed to. Actually, I'm subscribed to Taron Armstrong's YouTube channel. Like, not the one that he's actually doing videos on anymore. It's like, why am I subscribed to this? I forgot Jeremy Johns was a person. Happy Console Gamer, that wasn't the one I used to like when I was a kid. I can't believe he's still doing shit, though. Actually, his videos don't do that. Like, it's really weird how, like, I find it funny when, like, when you look at, like, channels that you watch from, like, a long time ago and see, like, where they're at now, and see them, like, not actually progress that much, which, to be fair, might be my channel, years down the road. But still, it's funny. Yeah, I am subscribed to Peridium. I'm not subscribed to any other Survivor YouTuber, though. Because I don't watch them. I don't even watch Peridium at this point. But I did watch Peridium before I started YouTube. But yeah, I just don't watch these other YouTubers. Peridium is, it's gonna be a while before he hits 1 billion. Like, he's at what, like 150 or so? What is he at? And again, that's what I'm talking about, where, like, I don't see much potential in my channel, where like, oh, he's not even at one. He's at 126,000. Where like this is the biggest YouTube channel in the Survivor sphere, and for that YouTube channel only have 126,000 subscribers. Like that's really not that much in the grand scheme of things. No, I'm not subscribed to Survivor Spencer. Actually, I want to look this up. I want to look up the YouTube channels that, like, so in your analytics on YouTube, you can see who your audience is watching. So you can see, I think it gives you top 15 of what other YouTubers your audience watches, which number 1 is Peridium. I know that. I think 2 is Idled Out, but I'm trying to find it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 1 Peridium, 2 Idled Out, 3 Once Upon Island. I didn't realize he got that big. He's got 37,000 subscribers. It wasn't even due anymore. Is this Survivor Bledsoe video? What is his channel? Like, yeah, I love how, like... Okay, so he's actually at Panama. But I love how, like, Once Upon an Island, like, started off as this, like, channel that, like, he's going season by season and talking about the stories of individual players across the season, going chronologically. And now it's, like, just a complete train wreck of, like, a billion different video types. Which again, like, I mean, he's doing it full time and everything, so good on him that he's able to do that. But still, it's like, it's funny how, like, the direction of his channel has, like, radically changed from what it started out as. Yeah, the fake account stuff was not great. Is Russell Hantz even in the top 15? Number 4 is Rob Has a Podcast. 5 is Eagle Turtle. 6 is Athena Mail. 7 is Flynn Masters. Russell Hantz is number 8 on mine. Yeah, what's Athena Mail doing nowadays? I haven't even seen his channel in a while. So Russell passed 40,000 subscribers. That's his most recent video. The thumbnail is fucking Roxroy getting choked by the ladder. I find that funny. Talking about Russell Hantz, not Athena Mail. So Flynn Masters is doing like these condensed Survivor season videos. Yeah, that's something. Thanamail, the most insane comp answers in Big Brother. See, again, like, that's just the type of video that, like, I personally have no interest in doing. Like, some of the other ones, like, I see, like, why Big Brother runner-ups would be an All-Star Season week, whatever. Like, I feel like that's the type of video I could see myself doing stuff like that. Like, the luckiest Big Brother players, I could see myself doing stuff like that. The most insane comp answers... I literally have no, like no interest. And really, that goes for, like, most videos Peridium does. And, like, Idled Out. It's like, most of the topics that they do, I simply have no interest in doing. Like, right here, I'm looking at Peridium, his latest video. Top 5 greatest tribe challenge comebacks. I don't care. Like, I legitimately don't care enough to do that video. Yeah, like 5 secret Easter egg hidden in Survivor. I don't care. I don't care how people hack challenges. Again, it's not for me. It's not like something I care enough to do. And like I see, like, he did most bizarre moments for every Survivor auction. It's like, again, don't care. Again, I'll talk about the auctions in like a more grand, like, in terms of like them as a whole. I'm not gonna go like rank the moments within an auction. Like, I simply don't care. Yeah, 5 times Big Brother players, or Big Brother tortured their players. Yeah, don't care. 5 times Big Brother hid secret rooms inside the house. Don't care. Like, I don't care about a lot of these topics, personally. I just don't feel like I would ever do videos on those sort of things. comments. I'm assuming what he means is like when you get to the tiebreaker and you have to like write down like an answer for a question. I assume that's what he means. Gun Survivor NZ because of Peridian's video on it. Yeah, he did that like way back, right? But he's like, I know recently he did one on Australian Survivor and then BB Can. But yeah, like I believe he did one on Survivor New Zealand way back. And I believe, if I remember right, I wonder what it is now, but I remember at the time, it was like his least viewed video of all time. I think like it'd be funny if that's still the case now. That's his like least viewed video. I don't know if it would let me. I don't think YouTube lets you go beyond like a certain amount of videos anymore though. Because I noticed that on my channel you can't go like if you view by yeah, you can't do it. If you go view by most viewed, like you can't actually get to the bottom of the list because it doesn't load that much anymore. Yeah, it's Big Brother. If makes almost solely Big Brother videos, right? I think he's done like maybe like 1 or 2 Survivor videos, 1 or 2 challenge videos, but I think he almost entirely does Big Brother. I think he tried out Survivor and just didn't do as well for him, I think. Yeah, he did like a Survivor 41 watch party, but like since then, everything he's done has been Big Brother. Yeah, like even before that, that's a lot of Big Brother. He did the scariest moments in Survivor history. The worst first boots in Survivor history, he did that. But yeah, it's mostly Big Brother. Yeah, top 35 minutes of challenge facts. That's the video he did. Actually, it looks like he started off with 3 Survivor videos. So that's kind of interesting. I did a Big Brother video, 3 Survivor videos, and then a Big Brother What If video, a challenge video, and then from that point forward, it's all Big Brother, pretty much. Yeah, I'm surprised that Survivor Florida channel, I'm surprised they didn't do more. Because I feel like that could definitely be a big channel. If he had done more videos that quality. But I don't think he's done another video since then. Or I haven't actually watched the video. But, yeah, I did see that like it had like a good chunk of views. Are we talking about I haven't looked at chat as much since I've been looking at these channels. But yeah, like Once Upon an Island got in trouble for making fake accounts and posting on others, like essentially posting like trolley comments on other Survivor YouTubers. And like Peridian called them out on it and everything. But is that a thing? Is he like super religious? Is that a thing? I didn't know that about Once Upon an Island. I always find it. I mean, like, I don't know how much I want to talk about religion, but like, I always find it weird when there's like super intelligent people, or like you would assume that they're super intelligent considering that they're like talking about the intricacies of a social strategy game, but are also like super religious. Like I just don't get it personally, but yeah, probably shouldn't dive too deep into that. Watch Snuffed and Analytical Strategy. Yeah, I haven't seen their channels in a while. I know that they were around. Are they even on this list? Yeah, they're not. Interesting. So yeah, on the list of like other channels your audience watches. Number 9 is Entertainment Weekly, which is random. Number 10 is All Winners Survivor. What is that? Is it just Survivor clips? I have a feeling that's what that probably is. Yeah, it's just like Next Time On, Secret Scenes. Whatever. Number 11, E.T. Canada. Number 12, Survivor Obsession. What is Survivor Obsession? Oh, it's also Survivor Clips. Channel 10 is number 13. Peridium Clips is number 14, which I did see that. Yeah, he has a Clips channel now. So that's interesting. I did watch some of them. And then ZP Survivors, number 15, which I'm pretty sure that's just like vote offs. Right? Yeah. So that's something. I mean, yeah, I guess Dan Giesling probably like is a question mark in that too. Yeah, I'm trying to look up this would load analytical strategy. I feel like I haven't seen their channel in forever. Are they still doing things? Yeah, I haven't made a video in 4 months. I forgot that they were doing like weekly episodes on 5 key strategic decisions from Survivor 41. It's like, how we're really doing this like every episode? Like we have 5 key strategic decisions from every episode to talk about? I feel like that's quite a bit much. But whatever. Yeah, are they Australian? I assume they are. Based on how many Australian Survivor videos there are. Oh. I've literally never watched these like most of these channels. Like I literally like I don't even know what most of these people sound like. Snuffed. So Snuffed is still doing things, but even Snuffed hasn't done a video since the premiere of 42. Yeah. What's Snuffed most viewed video? Oh, it's just what we know so far about Survivor 41. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, what other channels aren't there? Russell Muscle. Yeah, Russell Muscle's not on there. And then Survivor Spencer's not on there. However, I believe Survivor Spencer was on there like a few weeks ago. I remember I looked at it at one point and he was on there. So interesting that it's not there anymore. Also, he just did a video yesterday. What was his video? The big problem with 26-day Survivor seasons. Okay. My Survivor 42 boot order prediction. Sure. Episode 2 power rankings. I thought Survivor Spencer's channel was bigger, if I'm being honest. We're like, it's like Survivor videos only do like 400 to 500. I guess like some have like 1,000, but his membership, so that's something. I love his loyalty badges are like kind of generic loyalty badges. Realistically, I should probably turn on membership on the channel because there's really like nothing against doing it. I'm just like too fucking lazy to actually like properly set it up. Because like realistically, I could just copy over the things I did on Twitch for membership on YouTube. Like it literally probably only takes like 30 minutes to actually set up. I'm just like too lazy to actually do it. He just has a very loud audience. I mean, I think that's usually how those style of audiences work. Too much, I don't even know if I would ever. I don't even know if I would bother mentioning in a video. Because like I don't actually care if people do it. It's just that I probably should do it. Like there's no real harm in doing it. But I'm also like not big into self-promotion. So where like again, if people see it and they want to do it, cool. I'm not also not gonna really promote it either. Yeah, I did see that Once Upon an Island, like one of his like amazing race videos, like did ridiculously well, right? I think it was like the top secrets or something, right? I find it dumb these videos actually do well. They're like the 46 most surprising secrets of Survivor Gabon. It's like, people actually care. Like, there's 46 secrets from Survivor Gabon. There's really that many. Yeah, 29 most surprising secrets from The Amazing Race. I just find that, like, yeah, like, he has 15 videos that have more views than my most viewed video. That's what I'm talking about. Once Upon an Island. Actually, that video did really. The Amazing Race Blind Date Edition is a hot mess. That video has 80,000 views. Like, how'd that video get so many views? I probably should use the community tab. I just don't, because I just don't bother with it, really. And really, that's like the thing with the channel as a whole. It's like, I could do more to promote the channel, to try to build audience. I really just don't care, though. Like, I don't, like, that's not my goal with the channel. Like, it doesn't matter to me how at what rate it grows, and like what, like, it's like I'm kind of fine where it is, and like, to be honest, I don't see it going much bigger than where it really is right now. Again, sub growth is very low at this point. Like, I'm pretty much at the point where I'm getting like, what, 150 a month or so. It's like I don't really see the channel growing much beyond what it is. So it's like I really don't like care, really. Like, unless it's like I knew that there was a way to like actually make this a full-time thing, then like at that point I probably would try. But like, I'm not really there. And it's like, at that point it's like, I don't really care enough to change what I'm currently doing, considering I'm kind of fine with what I'm currently doing. My channel and Angel Cake Entertainment are basically the opposite. I could see that. Does Premium do YouTube full time? Yes. From what I understand, like, I know for sure Premium does. I know for sure Once Upon an Island does. I don't know about like Idled Out. And beyond that, I don't think any other channel is big enough to where they would be able to do it full time. And even Once Upon an Island, like, I guess now it actually makes more sense. But at the time that he went full time, like, I don't know how the fuck he went full time. Like, he did it when he was like at 12,000 subscribers or something. And like, he wasn't getting like that much more viewership than me at that point. Like, I know he had a Patreon and everything, but like, I don't know how the fuck he did full time. But he did, so that's something. But at this point, like, again, a bit more, like, I kind of get it a bit more. So, especially considering, like, again, he has, like, certain videos that do have a good chunk of views.
Where have I seen
and, like, every, like, video, like, how often does he upload a video? But, like, most videos he does gets, like, 10,000 views. That's good money. If you're doing it consistently. And especially if you're doing it consistently multiple times a week.
We have questions for your elders.
Yeah, he had like 3 videos in the last week. So I mean, that's good money. I mean, like, good money in the sense that, like, it's YouTube, not good money in terms of like actually like real money.
Snap your neck, you know. A little more pressure and pop.
Who played this round better than Daniel or Chanel? I think Chanel has more outs. But I think they both played poorly. Like, they both played poorly in different ways. Where, like, Chanel played poorly in the sense that she gave up her vote. Which, actually, to be fair, it's Daniel. It's Daniel. Because, like, at least Chanel still had an out even at the time that she gave up her vote, where she still had the 2-1-1 plan. Like, Daniel just, like, actively blows up his game.
Too ignorant to know your folly. But I am not unkind.
He has a Patreon. I think he's married. Okay, so I mean, like, are we saying that his spouse probably makes more money then?
Carry word to your people. Let them know the sooner.
Which at that point, I guess that probably does make more sense.
The sooner you can return to your pathetic empty lives.
Actually, I wonder how much Social Blade says he makes.
What is your name?
Because I will say, like, my Social Blade is not accurate.
Charles Lee.
Where
Why do you ask?
CPM for me is much higher, and I assume that means for these other Survivor YouTubers it is much higher as well.
I look forward.
Where like the average, according to like Social Blade, average CPM is $4. Like that's not anywhere close to my current CPM. I mean, his is even like, according to his, like I make. So he makes like slightly less than double, according to this, from YouTube at least. I'm too sure. Yeah, with Patreon, that's actually probably doable at this point. But then again, he went full time like a long time ago, so I don't fully get how he went full time. Back when he had like 12,000 subscribers and like not as many views, but whatever. I see you later, Radio Ranger. Mentioned that he was in the military before and had a job before, and I think it paid well. That could potentially be it. I mean, if he's married, has a spouse that like gets paid a decent amount, also had like a decent amount of money set up, then maybe that's it. I mean, yeah, realistically, like who fucking cares? Like it really doesn't matter. Like I did find it very surprising when I did see that he went full time when he did not have that good of viewership or whatnot. What's going on plot-wise in terms of what? I mean, there's like so much. Right now we're playing as Connor. He is the son of Hatham, the character we were playing for the first 3 hours of the game. And this is what, like, how old is Connor here? He's like probably what, like 7 or 8 or something. Hatham and Zio broke up. Because she found out he was a Templar. And now, Connor's mom's about to die. I really get it. There's like too much to explain. Who's out next if that tribe goes back to tribe? Again, I think it's Daniel. Both from an in-game position and from an edit position, I feel like it's Daniel. I think Edit Lee, again, they completely dunked on him this episode. In a way that like they kind of went out of their way to show him as a doofus, where like with Chanel it's like it's kind of more important to the story, so like I think that's a little bit more excusable in the sense that again like they had to show her like risking the boat and everything, but like Daniel, they literally go out of their way to show him like fumbling the ball, like losing Mike's idol and everything. And like when it comes to game wise, I just feel like Daniel's the less trustworthy person. Like by him like actively blowing up on Chanel here, like it's essentially like one, it shows him as being like super self-interested in the sense that he is like right away flipping on Chanel at the first opportunity, like putting all the blame on her, which I just think in general is like a bad look for him. Even though he's trying to make it like so that it's the bad look on her, but like really it's actually like him that I think gets most of the blame for this. And I just think it makes him look like less trustworthy. It makes him look like a loose cannon. Oh, you do have to actually push. And then like we see like next episode, Mike's also pissed off with him flipping and everything. It's like I just think he did himself no favors with this round. Angel Cake Entertainment's doing a season ranking. That'll be interesting. I probably won't actually watch it. I'll probably skim through it. I'm not even subscribed to Angel Cake. So I'm too fair. I probably won't even fucking know that came out for. Like the only video I watched of his was like the season tier list he did, way back. I mean, Jenny was fucked at the point that there was a tie. Like, at the moment where there's a tie between Lydia and Jenny, Jenny is screwed. Because Jenny and Hai are much closer than Daniel is to Jenny. Like, if this was, like, Mike that was in the swing vote, like, in the position, then, like, maybe they could have actually gone the rocks then. But, like, when it's Daniel and making the decision to, whether or not to save Jenny or not, it's like there's not much, leverage there for Jenny. Zach, Jenny, Daniel, Chanel's your draft team. That's pretty bad. Like, that's really bad. Yeah, I would have. I mean, Chanel's like a good pick preseason, but I was not high on any of the other three. Who played worse, Daniel or Kyle? Probably, I mean, it is Kyle, but like it's probably Kyle. Is it? I mean, like, I guess actually you could argue Daniel. Well, I think Jenny as a player, I don't think much of her as a player. I mean, she gets screwed over, but like, I don't know how much potential there really was if she didn't get screwed over. But it's like she was screwed over. So I mean, like, she's number 1 in the player ranking out of the booth so far. I suspect that she's going to be higher than a couple people. Like, I mean, like, if we're looking at the next boot, like if Daniel's next boot, she's above Daniel. Probably above Chanel if Chanel's the next boot. Wait, what? Oh, wait, I have to fucking save him. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't. I was not paying attention. Alright, Daniel opening up about not wanting to go to rocks. Yeah, I mean, that's why I said that earlier, is that, yeah, like, he essentially opens by him giving up on the negotiation. It's like he doesn't even try to save Jenny. Like, he just starts by saying, that I don't want to go to rocks, which essentially gives Hai all the leverage in that position. And to be honest, like, I don't know how much it was in, like, Daniel's best interest to really fight for Jenny either. Like, to be honest, like, I think and that's why I said, like, I don't know why he even went to the revo. Like, why he even went past the revo. Like, why not just flip on the revo? Like, why do you care so much to keep Jenny around at that point? Like, for me, if I see that as a tie, like, if the plan fails, Daniel or Hai voted for Jenny. At that point, it's like, well, like, why am I even bothering going to the liberation and everything? Why am I even, like, bothering to fight for Jenny here? It's like, yeah, you obviously lose some trust with Hai and Lydia, but it's like, are we really, like, I'm not fucking going to rocks. And, like, Hai's not flipping. Like, why would Hai flip in this situation? He doesn't even know what's going on. Like, he doesn't even know where the votes are from. Like, he doesn't even know why there's 2 people not voting. So it's like, why would Hai flip his vote? You're high on Zach. If Zach gets a different cast, he's a strong player. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if he's a strong player. Like, I feel like he's someone that, like, probably has, like, a level. Okay, well, that was shit. I think he has, like, a glimmer of potential, but, like, I don't think it works out for him in most scenarios. But, like, to be honest, this is probably one of his best case scenarios, where he's on a cast filled with nerds and filled with, like, less physical people. Like, this is probably one of his best case scenarios of a cast. Fuck off. Alright, wait, where am I supposed to climb? He probably got one of his worst starting tribes, where, like, I feel like if he was, like, swapped out for Daniel, I think maybe he would do better on that tribe. I don't know about Taku. Like, if you switch him out from Omar, like, is he gonna bond with Jonathan in the way that Omar did? But Yeah, I mean, I guess Ika is probably the worst tribe for him. Who at some point that Roxroy goes to Rocks? I think it'll be funny. Where are we at? We're at 5, right? So it's probably not going to happen this next travel. But how would it happen? Like, who's loyal to Roxroy? I just got Romeo, right? So you need like Romeo and Roxroy versus like Drea and Tori, maybe? Because like I feel like Swati seems close to Roxroy. Which I mean, I guess in that case, I guess you could swap out like Romeo and go Swati and Roxroy against Tori and Drea, maybe. But again, or I mean, I guess we're talking about post-merge. I guess who knows what happens there. But it is kind of weird though how we haven't had a Rockdraw since Monsters Gen X. Or like it's like weird that we had like 2 within what, like 6 seasons of each other. And like Rockdraw like is more part of the meta nowadays in Survivor, where like I feel like now, even though like, because like for a long time, like between Marquesas and Blood vs. Water, I mean like there was this massive negative stigma against Rockdraws to where like no one ever thought it was ever the correct move to make. However, I feel like now like people recognize that like there is merit to eventually going to Rocks, but it is weird how like we just don't like have it that often still. Where like you would think there would be more scenarios where we would get Rockdraws. And, I mean, to be fair, we kind of like almost got it certain times. Where like if it wasn't for the idols and everything, we probably would have gotten it in something like a Cambodia at Final 6. Yeah, I'm trying to look up previous Tide votes. I mean, like, Edge of Extinction, it didn't happen, right? Between Lauren and Wendy. But again, it didn't really make sense for it to happen there. But either way, it's like, yeah, you would think that there'd be more Rockdraws by now. What about Rock and Mike to get to the merge? I think it'd be I think Mike is for sure getting to the merge. I'll be very surprised if Mike doesn't get to the merge. Roxroy, I think, is like more of a question mark. I could definitely see Roxroy not getting there, but oh, fuck off. There we go. Yeah, you might get your wish though. The production swapped Brad and Mike. How would Brad do on Vati? Probably this. I think he would do kind of similarly to Mike. Or like they seem like pretty similar archetype-wise, right? Like he wouldn't have a Shan that would like just completely snow him. I guess like Jenny would be like his genie. I actually would that mean that like Chanel would be his Shan? Like I feel like he would probably do better on 42 if he was in that position. Swati's your girlfriend? Well, good for you. Mom hates Roxroy? I guess that makes sense, yeah. His premiere edit was mostly negative. It's funny, like, he hasn't gotten any content since then, right? Like, he was shown, like, briefly in episode 2, but, like, outside that, like, obviously you got, like, the entire tribe didn't get anything here. But yeah, it's funny how, like, yeah, I mean, Roxroy's pretty much got nothing outside the premiere. Brad returns so bad. I'm kind of like, whatever. I don't think it's likely. Brad's not playing Survivor again. I'd be very, very surprised. But even then, like, I feel like there's other early boots that I would rather see back more than Brad. Why did I not use... Didn't you ask me this before? I'm pretty sure you asked me. Why did I not use the Vevmo pictures first, Challenge CBS? Because I wanted to use the official cast photos. Because also I keep an archive of all the cast photos. And I want to have, like, consistency between videos. Which, by the way, I guess I do need to get certain images, don't I? For whenever the CB cast... Oh, actually, no, because I'll have the actual official cast photos. So I guess by then it wouldn't matter. Oh, it didn't work? Oh, did it? No, it didn't. Okay. Well, that was kind of shit. I feel like Brad would come back if asked. Yeah, I think he will. The problem is that he's not going to get asked. I think that's the thing. Yeah, Brad is not... I would be very, very surprised if Brad is ever called to be on an All-Star season. That hit? God damn it. Whatever, good enough. At least 3 fucking arrows, though. Swati isn't your girlfriend? Oh, you lied? Oh. She's a nerd and you're a nerd, and she isn't engaged? Well, I mean, I wouldn't think so. I don't know why I even try. Like, it doesn't work to do the reflex shot. Whatever. Does Wurtenberg ask for first boots? I think you're assuming that they're going to do a first boot season. If they do, then probably. But they're not doing a real first boot season. Again, it's such a niche topic that, like, they're not going out of their way to cast all first boots in the way that they did for Winners at War. The early boots, I can see that. Like, all pre-mergers, I think that's at least a possibility. Fuck. But there's no way they're doing just first boots. She told you she was engaged? Is that a thing? Swati's engaged? That's like super young. And then again, I'm someone that's 26 and still like like struggle to be committed to anyone. So I mean, like, who am I to say? But I never got like why people want to marry so young. Like, it's so weird to me that like people after being together for like let's just say a few years when they're like really young and not even fully developed as a person, like, want to dedicate their entire lives to spending their life with another person. The Buffalo Wild Wings girl said she was engaged? Well, that's a travesty. Oh, that was 5? I didn't even realize that was 5. Okay, we're done. Want Alexis to be on early boots second chance season? I think it'll be interesting. I'll say, like, through, again, I've been watching Will Neff streams, so essentially been rewatched the first half of Kageyama recently. I feel like I'm less impressed with Alexis on the rewatch. But I still think she is a player that does have potential, especially now. Like, what is she, like 30? She's like she's pregnant right now, right? So like she's gonna be a mom if she were to play again. Like, that's a lot of life experience at that point. If she got married, that's a thing. So like she's definitely like a different person than who she was the first time around. So I think that would be an interesting thing nowadays. I wonder if she got the call for 40 though, because like we know she got the call for Cambodia and Game Changers. Okay, well what the fuck? What? I pushed that. Whatever. Forever gone too soon. What would they name it? Like I mean, too fair, it's probably a title that I haven't even thought of. Like I never thought fucking all winners would be called Winners at War. Fuck off! I was like right about to fucking escape. That kind of worked out. Has Ramona ever been considered for a return? I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I don't know if she's been called or not. If I were to guess, I would say like maybe Blood versus Water, considering pretty much everyone got an availability call for Blood versus Water. But outside of that, like I don't know when they would have brought her back. Like she's for sure like All Stars. I don't think she was really in contention. Considering again, Mark Burnett's told the story about All Stars that he already had like a preset list that he was confident in, and they got most of those people. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably it. I could realistically see her being called for. Was this about Marianne? I don't hate Token Change. I watched the season with my mom, but we didn't finish before it flew out. So she didn't watch it until right before she started the season? Yeah, I did find it funny. Yeah, that was my first reaction, though, to when she said that was like, oh, Stephen Fishback's going to talk about that on Know-It-Alls. Like, what a bizarre thing. That's something about Survivor nowadays I do find kind of weird, is how meta it is. Where, like, with this season, like, we've gotten, like, what, the Stephanie popping out her shoulder reference from Heroes vs. Villains. We now got this, like, Token Cheens mention. Like, it is weird how, like, how meta we're getting. Where, like, I feel like this is the type of thing that Survivor would avoid. Like, just, like, even 10 years ago, or 10 seasons ago. I feel like they would just, like, not bother making, like, these direct references. Yeah, like, nowadays, it's the thing that they're actually putting on the show. Ramona was available because she was on the challenge time? Yeah. And she was too busy hosting the challenge. She couldn't do, she couldn't do All Stars. She was too busy. Yeah, like, they really begged her to go on. She was like, nope, I gotta give out the prize to Dan Renzi and some of these other people. And Julie. Yeah, I mean, that is, like, a really dumb thing, though. That, yeah, she hosted, what, 2 challenges on Extreme Challenge, Season 4 of the challenge. She, like, hosted, like, a random challenge in the middle, and then, like, she was the host of the final, which is really weird. But, like, you can clearly tell this is a situation where they called everyone from Borneo, and, like, the only person that accepted was Ramona. This is the end of sequence 4, isn't it? I feel like this is a good spot to end gameplay-wise. It's the end of the sequence. It's probably like 10 minutes away. Actually, we're almost 4 hours in. I don't know if it's just that late. Yeah, I do love that. Yeah, you didn't see that until that was last week, right? That Marianne and Zach switched out their last names on Twitter, so that was funny. Was it the first 2? Okay, I didn't realize she was doing that much. Really enjoyed Ramona's arc, but I never thought she'd be involved in TV after Borneo. Yeah. Again, like, who would have guessed? I mean, like, really, also, like, has she done anything else outside of the challenge? Like, I know a lot of the Borneo people, like, did, like, appearances on other things afterwards.
Guardian.
Are you a spirit?
You may think of me as
Like,
such.
I don't know what else she's really done.
You are where you were before.
I love how you look up Ramona Gray, a picture of Jatia comes up.
It is known as the Nexus. From here, probabilities are calculated so that the proper
like, the
path may be
article
chosen.
is, like, a Fox News article talking about Ramona Gray.
Yours.
Yeah, the picture is Jatia. Whatever. Is it wrong that you really want to F the engaged Buffalo Wild Wings waitress? I mean, is it wrong? I mean, like, oh my god, the textures on this are so bad. They're like, not, oh no, it's probably the lighting. But still, this looks so shit. Is it bad? I mean, like, it's probably not bad that you want to, but it's probably bad if you enact on that.
We have waited millennia for your arrival. You, who will
Looks like she only did the weakest link. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I did watch that. Like, Hatch is the first one voted out. Which, again, makes sense.
My words cause pain. But
Who
such
won? Was it
my
Gretchen?
intention.
I don't even remember who won.
You are important, child, in more ways than you will ever know. As we speak, forces gather in secret, preparing to seize control of the land.
What happened to Sue out there All-Stars? In terms of what?
Sanctuary will be breached.
I think for the most part she just went back to her normal life, right? But she did get like a whole bunch of makeovers and everything with the money that she got from the payout. Okay. Which again, like, it is like, it's weird how the stuff on All-Stars with Sue was handled.
Past, present, future. Many
Oh, did she win? I don't remember that. Ramona. But either way. Yeah, like the Sue situation is like weird because like at the time of All-Stars, like it was not taken seriously, like this rich Sue thing. Where like the assumption was that Sue was doing this for the money. And that she was doing this for the payout. And that, like, it's weird that, like, she comes to the reunion show, like, with all these makeovers that she clearly, like, used the money from the payout to get. So I like, that's just such a, like, a weird thing. Like, obviously, you obviously sympathize with Sue. It's obviously, like, a terrible situation. But, like, I find it weird how, like, she kind of plays into the, what the, like, negative assumption was, of, like, what happened there. And like obviously like some of the cast even thinks that she's like doing it for a payout, and like even Kathy like says that right on the show that she's like faking it or whatever.
No doubt you have many questions.
So I just find like that entire situation and like how it's handled to be like really weird.
For now you must follow, leading for later.
Sue and Gretchen are 60. So I'm kind of surprised Sue isn't older than 60. Are Sue and Gretchen the same age? I think that's mind-blowing to me. Yeah, she's 60. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I was thinking about that too, like with obviously watching Big Brother 3. Like, Lisa's like 46. Like, that's kind of insane. Like, even Jason Guy. Like, you look at a picture of Jason Guy now, like, he still looks super young. Like, Jason Guy's, like, fucking, like, 45. Like, it's kind of insane, like, how old some of these people are now. Again, it's, like, literally been 20 years since Big Brother 3. Like, Marcellus is 52. Actually, it's kind of insane that he was, like, 32 at the time. Yeah, like Amy is the youngest person on the cast, and she's now 44. Yeah, Jerry is fucking 71 now. Oh, by the way, that was another thing about Jerry's interview that I found funny, is that he talks a lot about how they gave me a bad edit. When it's like, the sense that I get is that they probably gave him a favorable edit. Well, he like talks about how upset he is that they portrayed him in that way or whatever. Do I know that June loves Arissa? Is that a thing? I know she hates Julie. But yeah, did not know that she loves Arissa. Stacey Stillman return be iconic? Yeah, I think it'd be hilarious. Yeah, not happening, but it would be funny. I would think it would be interesting. Because, like, Stacey Stillman, like, is technically the creator of the Alliance. Like, she's the first person on the show to be shown creating an alliance. Like, her and Kelly are the first people on the show that make the Alliance. And then, obviously, Stacey's voted out, and then Kelly tries to make one with Sue, and then they add in Rich. But it's, like, it's funny that, like, Rich gets all the credit for, like, creating the Alliance, when, like, it's really, like, Stacey, Kelly, and then later Sue that are, like, the first people to create an alliance. I forgot she was a lawyer. That's like I didn't remember. She's 49 now. Me and Kenny are tied in viewers. You would think that Kenny would have a lot more viewers than that. Like, isn't Kenny, like, he's like a professional gamer and everything.
Leaving home was harder than I thought. I expected the journey would fill me with a sort of pride.
Like, you would think he would have more Twitch followers than that.
But whatever it was that carried me away from home soon fled, replaced by questions and no small amount of doubt. Had I been too hasty? Had I made a mistake? The others in the village, they thought this was something I wanted, something I chose to do. But it never felt that way to me. No,
it was Ken
it was
doing
not
anyway.
A choice. It was an obligation.
Playing Fortune Street. That's kind of random.
Then who?
Oh, he has 10 viewers now, and because I'm watching his stream. So because of me, he has more views than I do. Actually, this is like, no offense to Kenny, but it's kind of sad that he has 42,000 followers, yet only has 10 viewers. Like, that's really bad. And like, even like his VODs only get like 500, 600, 700 views. Like, that's pretty bad. For someone that has 42,000 followers. By the way, did Will Neff watch more Survivor tonight? I don't think so, right? Like, he usually does movies on Wednesday, right? So yeah, it doesn't look like it. But yeah, very interesting, obviously, watching him watch the rest of Survivor Kakihan. I'm down to 8 viewers now. What a travesty. I'm never going to catch up to Kenny. Just typed in Stacey Stillman. Oh yeah, I did see. I did see that article. It is funny that. I mean, the thing is, like, how much of the Stacey Stillman stuff is true? I'll be honest. Like, I believe a lot of it. Like, I do think. Now, again, like, I think I talked about this in my Borneo retrospective, which, by the way, I did rewatch actually some of my retrospectives not too long ago. But yeah, like, I actually do believe a lot of it, in the sense that I do think production was trying to keep around Rudy, specifically for the first ever season. I think they knew that Rudy was like TV gold, while Stacey was Stacey. By the way, I did that on purpose. But oh my god, what the fuck is going on? What was that? But yeah, like, I do think they were trying to keep Rudy around. I don't think it was at the point where, like, they were actually telling Dirk and Sean that hey, you better like keep Rudy in the game or whatever. But I do think it was like kind of like what we see on like Big Brother and whatnot, where like they ask like leading questions to make them want to keep around Rudy. I need to raid Dan and SB. How's SB doing on Twitch? I actually follow SB, but like I haven't actually watched any of her streams in quite a bit at this point. Like I watched her playing Among Us one time. Actually, I'm a fucking idiot. I literally looked up SB like Sarah Beth on Twitch, but it's like I follow her. Like I can literally just push her name on the dashboard thing. She's got 3,000 almost followers. She streams like every other day. Holy shit, she streams quite a bit. Yeah, like actually, does she have a job? Like, is she still a scientist or whatever? Like, do any of the really? I think really the question is, do any of the BB-23 people have jobs anymore? Like, did anyone actually? Like, I know Claire did, but like, did anyone actually return to their jobs afterwards? But yeah, like I think Stacy. I do believe a lot of it. Like with most conspiracy theories with Survivor, I don't tend to believe a lot of them. Especially like recent ones, but I think with Stacy with season 1, I definitely do believe that. I think another one that I tend to believe is like Cook Islands, in the sense that I think they were like worried about having the white tribe like dominate, and I think that's why like the bottle twist was introduced and like that sort of thing. Like I do tend to believe that as well. Like I think with most conspiracy theories. Especially for like post heroes versus villains or so, I don't really believe. Like I don't believe like the Ben one is one that gets mentioned of like, oh, they were hiding idols so that Ben would find them. Like I don't believe they were like rigging it to get Ben to the end. I don't think they made the fire making challenge to get Ben to the end. Like I think the fire making challenge was already a thing they were going to do anyway. But like the idol ones are like I think that could debatably be a situation where like they hid it in a spot where like where like Ben had looked before in the hopes that like maybe he would find it. But like I don't think it's a situation where they were like, hey, why don't you look over there? Like some people think it is. What is DX didn't even have a job, right? Like wasn't DX like he like said that he was like a entrepreneur or whatever. Excuse me? Okay. That was something. But yeah, I believe he said he was like an entrepreneur, but he's not actually. And like wasn't he like begging for a job from Travis? Which who knows how that turned out. Oh yeah, I mean, I think anyone that's savvy enough can tell what the DR or like really confessionals and the DR and Survivor or in Big Brother, any of these people like that are savvy enough can like tell what they're getting at. And like pick up information from those. Do the Game Changers was supposed to be pre-merge versus jury versus finalists? Not really. I could see them doing like pre-merge versus jury, but I don't think it was like full-blown 3 tribes or anything like that. And if it was, I think maybe like very early into conception. But I think by the end of it, I think they were probably going with 20 people. I think it probably would have been 2 tribes. But yeah, like I don't think it would have been Wasn't that a Redmond thing? I think Redmond did. I think that did come from Redmond, right? That was like an early idea from them.
From the what's it called? Iroquois tribe. Aye, you from that?
It's so fucking dumb. It's like they're just like talking about me while like I have the fucking tomahawk.
The Iroquois is a confederation.
Yeah, pre-merge versus post-merge. Like I can see that being something that was like even considered late into production, but like I think by the time we get like 20 people, like and like once they got a sense of who they were getting, then yeah, like probably would have been tough to get that together. Oh, I mentioned Travis. Remind me. Is that a thing? Is that a thing that happened to Travis? Yeah, I mean, like, obviously this is like pre-merge versus post-merge. I mean, that's what we're getting with Fraternity Outcasts. And I think in general, like, I'm not opposed to the theme in general. Like, it kind of plays into this, like, David versus Goliath, or, like, champions versus contenders sort of thing of, like, there's essentially going to be a team of, like, underdogs and a team of, like, not necessarily overachievers, but, like, again, it's, like, it's kind of the same thing, where, like, the pre-mergers are, like, the Davids. And I think just conceptually, it's usually a theme that should work out.
What? I was told you.
Where I think it's just very easy to tell a story that way. Yeah, I do. Yeah, the Ghost Island thing is weird.
Go away. I'm not leaving.
And like, it's essentially like transforms itself into Edge of Extinction to a degree, right? Just not with fraternities, and not like this massive purge at the beginning of the game. But yeah, like really weird that that's supposedly like what they were thinking with 30. Oh, okay, that's definitely what I meant to do. Actually, why am I continue? Didn't I say it was going to end? Like, I just realized, like, I did not mean to make it this far, but fuck it, whatever. I guess we'll continue.
I need a place to camp.
That was a hot take, but post Game Changers, I consider Haley a game changer for coming up with the strategy of stripping the proof she doesn't have the idol. I mean, that's the best strategy, obviously. I mean, like, has anyone... No, still no one's done it, right? I feel like that's what you need to do to be game-changing. Again, if Haley actually did it, then she would be a game-changer. But she chickened out. She didn't go all in. Haley or Hannah a better player? Are we talking about Hannah Shapiro? Is that the only Hannah in Survivor? It is, isn't it? Well, at least Survivor US. I would say Hannah. I don't know. It's like, I think Hannah's obviously had a better game. I think Haley probably has more potential in more seasons. Where, like, if you were to, like, throw the two into any given, like, Survivor season, I would have more faith in Haley to at least make a deeper run. And like, I don't know how much faith I would really have in Hannah to win the game. Where, like, I feel like most scenarios end up in either her being a relatively early boot, or Millennium Gen X, where she's, like, making it to the end but probably not winning. Again, does Hannah win more than Haley? I don't know how Hannah wins. Like, I just don't see a jury respecting her unless she's, like, at the end against, like, people that you just can't vote for. Like, I mean, like, the only way she... Like, is there anyone any Final 3 she wins in Millennium Gen X? I think she loses every Final 3 scenario, right? Like, her and Ken were essentially the two biggest jury goats. I mean, you can't imagine Haley getting to the end. But I still think Haley would have more potential to win if she had gotten to the end. And even then, I think Hannah's probably an early boot on most seasons. I think she got a very beneficial season to her in Millennium Gen X. So we're like, I think probably like, I don't know, 75% of the time, she's probably like one of the first few boots.
Hear me out. What are you so afraid of?
Afraid? You think I'm afraid of anything?
Just how you'd expect Nicole Franz will be on Survivor. Potentially. I mean, like, I think Nicole is...
Oh, you might dream of being a hero.
I don't know. I guess it's like kind of apt.
Of saving the world, but stay this course, and the only thing you're gonna.
Like, I think Nicole can manage her perception a little bit better, but in terms of like, I think Hannah will always come off as this like goofy, nerdy girl. Well, like I feel like Nicole can like show herself as more of an active gamer than Hannah can, but.
I will not leave. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I think it is like kind of an apt comparison to a degree. Lighting is so fucked in the remaster.
I will not be defeated so easily.
Hate Nicole on Big Brother, but people underrate her. I think, yeah. I think for the most part she's still underrated. Like, the thing is, like, I think in a lot of situations people get like so underrated that they become like or like people recognize that someone is overrated to the point where they overrate them. I think that happened to like someone like a Danny, like Danny Boatwright. I think it happens to like a Natalie White. But yeah, like I don't think Nicole Franzel's quite on that level just yet. I think it probably happened to like June Song and Lisa. I think also.
Can't say we didn't warn ya.
But yeah, like I don't think it's quite there with Nicole just yet.
Oi, brothers!
Sam is like a not as good Nicole. Potentially. What was the comparison I saw earlier with Sam? I remember I saw a comparison earlier with Sam and someone else that like I thought was pretty apt, but I just don't remember who it is anymore.
You're only making things worse.
Who was it? I really can't remember anymore. God damn. I feel like it was a Survivor US person, but I just don't remember.
Why are you here? What do you want?
Best ask the boss man.
You working for the old man then? That it?
But yeah, I still find it like I still don't get the negativity towards Sam. Like I get like finding her annoying and stuff, but like I just don't get the like vitriol that there is for Sam.
Then I suppose we should talk.
Sam's like a 22 Nicole. Maybe? I mean, like, I think Sam, like, just in general, like, it's just, like, a very complex player. In the sense that it's, like, so much of her game is based around the fact that she's not actually trying to win for herself.
Sorry.
Not your fault. This old place.
By the way, Sam's Jury Villa is pretty great.
Anyway,
Or like, it's so cold. Like, it's such a cold, like reception from like Jesse and Jordan, and like she gets into a fight with Jordan over him like making signals to Josh. Mind you, I do feel like they clearly like cut. You can tell that like Khan and Sam were like friendly, but like they kind of cut that out. Where you can see that there's points where like she's like looking at Khan for like reassurance. And it's like it's clearly that they're like on good terms, but like it's like they edit out that part and just show like her.
harassing the assassins for centuries.
Like you see Jesse like just not talking to her, and then her fight with Jordan.
You don't even know what an assassin is, do you?
Yeah, like, I think the comparison to Tiffany is kind of apt.
I've got a story to tell, and it's gonna take a while.
Except that Tiffany, I think Tiffany's better in her respective season in the sense that Tiffany still could have won. Where like I feel like Sam, like can Sam even win the game if she gets to the end? I feel like it would have been very tough. Where like if she doesn't, like I think she could have had Khan's vote.
Your spirit.
To be honest, I think there's even a chance she gets Jesse's vote as like a game respect sort of thing. But like, I don't think she's getting like Michelle and Mel's vote. I don't think she's getting Jordan's vote based on everything. Like I don't. Like who's left in the game? It's like, is she getting like Chrissy's vote over a Josh and a Mark? Probably not.
What's the point? Besides, I don't have materials for the
Sam could win against Dave and Chrissy, maybe, but even then, like I feel like they would give it to Dave. I do feel like Chrissy's probably the biggest jury go at this point, though. And I think Chrissy is like the Kara. I think that's like a pretty one-for-one comparison in terms of game position at this point. Just that she doesn't even have like that. Like she doesn't really have someone as close as a George. I mean, she has Josh.
This way.
But like, I think Kara is probably. And to be fair, Kara will like need to be saved by an idol, didn't she? So I was gonna say Kara was better positioned, but I guess that's not really the case. How much longer am I streaming for? Probably not that much longer. Is Sam the best player of the season? Probably not, but she's up there. Like, I think she'll be 3 by the end of the season. I think Josh and Mark will be above her. But,
I did not. I would never presume.
That's all right. I know they've.
And like, to be honest, like I think there's like at least an argument with the other, who is it, with Mark. I'll train you. But I would still lean towards Mark just because technically Mark gets his way. And while like a lot of that is obviously under the context of like Sam actually giving up her game, but like also like Mark just has numbers at the merge. Like he has more connections at the merge, which allows him to overpower Sam. If Mark wins out, will Josh be number 1? No. Like, this is the thing. Like, I think the thing that needs to be talked about here is that Mark, Sam, and Josh pretty much all get screwed over. Like, essentially, like, at this point, if Mark wins, he is essentially in this, like, Tommy or a Tony situation where it is a dominant win, but also one that he has to face a lot of adversity due to a twist. Like, the entire Purgatory twist completely messes up his game. Mind you, I do think he had obviously benefits coming into this, like being a returning player, having his wife on there that helped him at the merge and even just straight up gave him an idol. Like, he definitely had benefits there, which I think is like why I would put him below like a Tommy and a Tony, but like, I mean, it is a pretty dominant game up until that point. But one that, again, like, is like some, like, he does get swap screwed to a degree, or not swap screwed, twist screwed.
Even my father.
And like, I think Sam just straight up gets screwed over by a twist, and the fact that she's obviously now out of the game. Josh's edit is so weird. It felt like an elimination screen time boost. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I thought actually, like, the episode that he got a big boost was episode 9. And at that point, at the time of episode 9, I was thinking, okay, he's going to probably be like the Benji. Like, I thought he was this, like, person that, like, from this point on, he's going to be this big character. But then that never happened. And, like, instead he's, like, just, like, he actually goes invisible again, right? Until after the merge. And, like, really, I think it's Geordi that's the Benji of the season. I think he's the one that's, like, the big character, big edit that starts, like, around that point in the game. Only difference is that Geordi had one confessional in the premiere, while Benji literally didn't get anything until episode 7. But, I mean, like, really, like, Geordi's edit is very similar to Benji's. And I think in the same case, that's why I think Geordi's going home next episode. Because I think we got so much of this Geordi versus Sam rivalry that just like Matt Rogers and Benji, I think they'll go out back to back. And again, like, now without Sam in the game, Geordi doesn't have as solid a storyline. Mind you, he did get that Mark versus Geordi storyline way back. That maybe they bring that up, but I think in that case, I think Mark's going to end up winning in that battle. because like, is he really going to have like, why would they set up this like Mark and Geordi rivalry, and then later set up this Mark and Sam Geordi and Sam rivalry that he ends up winning, just to have bring back the Mark and Geordi rivalry with him also beating Mark? Like, it just feels weird if that's the case. I feel like it has to be that he wins the battle against Sam, but then loses the battle against Mark. So I feel like, again, like I feel pretty confident that if it's not the next episode, then it's the episode after that. Geordi does go home, probably due to like an idol play from Mark, or just straight up becomes the target because Mark wins immunity. I think it's something to that nature. Josh should get more screen time for how well he's playing. Yeah. Again, like, Josh would be a top contender if he was given a like decent edit early on, but instead they didn't give him, like, they gave him one confessional in the premiere, which was like a voiceover, and then didn't give him a confessional again until episode 9. Again, like, if they just had like properly given, and mind you, I mean, his premiere, like, he actually is like one of the only people that doesn't vote Andy out, right? Like, he's on the outs of the Andy vote in episode 1, but then like after that, he's like pretty much in control of the entire game from that point forward, along with Mark and Geordi, technically. And then they also kicked Geordi out. But yeah, I mean, like, Josh has played a very good game. I mean, even though I disagree with certain decisions he makes, he's still maintained control of the game up until the point where Purgatory happened. And again, he's essentially getting like kind of screwed over by that. I mean, too, for also though, it's like if it wasn't for that, Mark and Sam would have 2 idols at the final 6, which would not be ideal, obviously. But then again, also, they, like, knew about Purgatory at that point for really the, last 3 votes, right? Like, at the point that well, I mean, I guess Geordi, they didn't 100% know, but also you gotta vote out Geordi anyway. So I guess really it's, like, final 7. Like, once Kate, like, from the KJ vote and then the Michelle vote. No, it's final 8, right? Yeah, final 8. Either way. I mean, like, they had, yeah, it's like they had a couple rounds there where they like knew that Purgatory was a thing, so it didn't make sense for them to flip. And I do think they would have been willing to flip. It's just, again, the timing of it. But Purgatory also made it so, again, like, they're not incentivized to flip. But like, I do think Josh is, yeah, I think Josh, like, technically up until Purgatory, I think Josh is probably the better player. Like, I think he played the best game up to that point, but also is like kind of like lacking the because like we know that Mark and Sam have 2 idols, and obviously he has like the misread of thinking they only have 1, and then there's like holes here and there. Like, I don't like the fact that he's like, he does a lot of like trying to double dip. Like, he tries to like get get his cake and eat it too, or whatever. It's like he does a lot of like gets a bit too greedy in certain situations where he tries to like do things that I just don't know if he really actually has the social capital to do. So again, in this last round, like him trying to vote out Sam, or like him putting his vote on Sam in the hopes that she plays her idol, which like why? Like, I don't get, like, why not just cause a tie? Like, if you don't actually want Sam to go, like, he does want to get rid of the idol, right? But like, to me, it's like, I don't get why he actually, like, because he wants to get rid of the idol, but he doesn't want to get rid of Sam. Like, he wants 4 solid people in the next round, but he also wants to keep the idol around. But like, also, if Sam, like, why are you voting for her then? Because if she plays the idol, she's gonna see 5 votes on Sam. So it's like, why are you like voting for her when you want her to be loyal to you in the next round? That's the entire point of telling her to play the idol, is to keep her on 4 people that are solid. But by you voting for her, you're not keeping her solid. Like, it's fucking bizarre. Like, I don't get like his strategic rationale for things in the game. Where like I just don't get like what he was like really thinking there. And like, we do see like now, like, oh, he's gonna like work with Geordi in the preview and everything, but like, I don't think that was his plan. And if it is, like, even that I think is insane, considering how big of a jury threat Geordi is. Where like, I feel like Geordi beats everybody. So whatever. But I still think Josh has played a pretty dominant game up until that point. Where even then, like, even in the position where like, the Jordy versus Josh battle that happens in the early merge, like in like Mark and Sam are like the swing votes in that position. It's like, again, they sided with Josh and Jordan, in a position where Josh and Jordan have closer ties to the other people in that group, like people like a David and a Chrissy, to where like I think it's a kind of a situation where, and I talked about this in the past, that it's like, really for me the swing votes in the game are usually not the people that are playing the best. To me, the person that is usually playing the best is the person at the head of the alliance that the people that the swing votes side with. So it's like people like someone like a Cass in Cagayan. Like, yes, she is the like main person that like decides the game. She is the one that flips over to give like Tony and Trish or whatever the power there, but it's also like usually very detrimental to the person that is actually flipping, and it's usually it's obviously more beneficial to the person that's on the top of the power structure that that person flips to. So it's like, for me, it's like, again, I would like much more credit that move there as something that's like much more beneficial for Josh and Jordan than it is for Mark and Sam. But it's like also like I think it obviously like gets a bit more skewed in these situations like a Game Changers, where it's like Sarah is like flipping back and forth constantly, and through that obviously changes the dynamic a bit, where at that point there is no actual top of a dominant power structure because the power structure is flipping. But in a position where like someone flips and then stays on that side, like the person that is flipping is usually not the person. Like the person that is the swing vote is usually not the person that is actually playing the best game and the one that's actually in the best position. And I think just in general, usually if you're a singular swing vote, that's also probably not a great position to be in. And again, like Sarah made it work. Like, I mean, is Sarah like the only... I'm trying to think, like, how many situations are there where, like, the winner of a season is a person that independently flipped on, like, a big group? Because, like, I mean, we had, like, Tony, but, like, Tony flipped with Wu. And, like, even in, like, Mark and Sam's situation, they're flipping together as a duo. Like, how many times has there been, like, a winner that is, like, independently flipped, like, at a major vote post-merge? Like, I feel like it very rarely happens. And like even like actually no, that was the opposite thing, right? With Adam, I was gonna say Adam and Hannah flip on Zeke, but actually it was Zeke flipping on Adam and Hannah. But either way, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Sarah's the only example of a swing vote that was able to eventually win the game, like an independent swing vote that was able to win the game. Actually, that's a video I probably should do at some point. It's talking about swing votes. I'm just trying to think that, like, yeah, I don't think it's happened that often. Because, like, you have, like, recent seasons, like, yeah, like Erica, I mean, like, not really, right? She doesn't really swing. At any real point, even if she does, like, she's working alongside Heather. Like Tony, no. Tony and Winners at War, no, because like times that he flips, he's usually flipping with like Nick, and even then like, he's usually on the top of the power structure and everything, but like the Sophie vote. And Tommy, no, maintains control, and even when he doesn't, he's flipping with Lauren. Like Chris is Chris. Nick gets flipped on, right? And doesn't really flip anywhere else. Yeah, like Wendell doesn't flip. Ben doesn't really flip. Technically flips to like 4 other people or 3 other people. But yeah, like I just feel like it's very rare. Like Adam doesn't really flip. He tries to flip with Hannah, but is unsuccessful in convincing her. Yeah, Chris is Chris. Natalie Anderson. But no, I mean, like, kind of. Yeah, I mean, I guess the final 5 rounds, like, a debatable one. Before that, it's like every move she was making was, like, alongside Baylor. But then she, like, blindsides Baylor at the final 5. And, like, is, like, the sole reason for that. So I guess that's, like, one that you can say. But even then, it's like not really like flipping on a major group though. Like it's not like it's not like a cast situation where she's flipping on like 5 people, or like even in Sarah, she's flipping against 5 people, right? In the final 11 on Game Changers, when she votes out Debbie, it's like she flips on 5 people to flip to it's a 6-5 vote. Yeah, like Michelle obviously never flipped. Jeremy flipped alongside Steven and Spencer. Mike never got the chance to. Well, I mean, I guess he did flip her like pre-merge, and even then, it's with Dan and Sierra. So I mean, yeah, like I think it's very rare. Again, Tony flipped with Wu, Tyson flipped with Jervis and Monica. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just feel like most times that you flip as an independent, like as one singular person, it usually doesn't end up working out for you, and usually ends up being a bad position to win the game. And again, like with Sarah, it's like a very different situation where she was able to flip back and forth. Usually, I mean, like I guess let's see. So she starts her flip at what, the final 12, where like both sides think that they have her. She ends up siding with voting out Ozzy. She then flips to vote out Debbie the very next round. She stays with that group to vote out Zeke, but then again, that's when their group is voting out someone within their own group. And then Sierra Dawn Thomas. I mean, actually, she stays like with that same group for a bit, and then flips with Suri and Michaela to vote out Andrea, and then flips back to. Actually, no, she doesn't really flip back, right? Like she just like kind of stays with that side, but then like, I mean, I guess it's like debating on what she flips on the people that she flipped with in voting out Michaela, and then from that point on, she's like loyal to, again, quote unquote, loyal to Brad and Troyzan. So I mean, really, she actually only flips like twice, kind of. I think the more interesting scenarios is how many flips actually produced positive results. Yeah, again, like I don't think like in terms of like when one person is flipping against like another, like when they're on like one side and then flip to the other side, very rarely happens because like usually also you're flipping to the bottom of that group. And actually that's probably also the benefit of Sarah in Game Changers, is that she's like flipping, but she's also flipping to like a fractured group, where like she's flipping to like this group that has like Suri and Michaela who are close, and then you have like Andrea and Suri who are close, but also like they acknowledge that Andrea is a threat, but then Suri and like Zeke have like a hostile relationship at that point, and then there's one more person, Aubrey, who's close to like like Suri and Andrea. But anyway, like there's like a very clear like other person there that's like an easy boot on that side. So it's like she's not really flipping to the bottom, especially because like she also has like a very strong bond to Suri anyway, and also to Andrea, right? So it's like she's able to flip as an independent but not actually be at the bottom of the alliance, which is something that's like very rare to do. Where like most of the time when you're flipping as an individual, you're flipping to the bottom. You have like Cochran, who obviously flips, is on the bottom. You have Cass, who flips and is like technically on the bottom, even though like obviously she gets dragged along as a goat, because they have bigger threats, and like LJ, and then Jeffra is Jeffra, I guess. I still think the Jeffra. I'm excited to see Will Neff's reaction to the Jeffra vote. Do they? I don't even remember how they explain it on the show. I think they do explain that like Tony's worried about an all women's alliance, right? Because like it is kind of an insane vote that because like I don't think they properly explain that's also to keep Spencer around, right? Like because like they're trying like Tony does it like as a multifaceted thing of like you minimize the chance of having an all girls alliance because like it's 4-3, so you get it back down to 3-3, and then also you keep around Spencer, who is the biggest threat in the game, someone that they're always going to target before you. It's like, yeah, I don't think they explained that part of it, right? which is part of what's weird about like Tony's edit on the season. They don't fully explain like all of his moves. But then, like, I mean, it's Tony. Like, even though Winners at War again, like, is like his better game and everything. Like, I do think Cagayan is probably the game that required the most amount of in-depth strategy from Tony. Like, where I think like Tony's game Cagayan, I think he had a lot more like different layers to his game. Actually, I shouldn't say different layers, but like more intricate strategies, I guess, to his game. Where like I feel like he was like he had so many like different reasons for like targeting people there, where like in Winners at War, like he's mostly like just at the top of the dominant alliance after the Sophie move. Like the Sophie move's incredible, but then like after that, it's like him just like he keeps around Jeremy, kind of again Meat Shield-esque strategy there, but also like someone that he has like a good relationship with, and takes out Kim, someone that we see is like targeting him. But like I feel like it's like a more like baseline strategy from that point forward. Where, like, I feel like Cagayan, there's, like, and also the Trish vote never gets properly explained, too, right? Yeah, like, the Trish, I forgot about that. The Trish vote, they don't even, like, make it his idea, right? That the Trish vote, they make it seem like Wu is flipping independently, when, like, in reality, it was Tony that told Wu to pretend that he was going to flip the Spencer, so that Tony could have this excuse to Trish that he didn't backstab Trish, so that he can keep Trish's jury vote, because he wanted to vote out Trish to put her on the jury. And also he worried that if he got to the end with Trish, she would win due to a bitter jury. So again, there's a lot going on there. Have been watching Will Ness reactions? Yeah, I have. Again, I talked about this a bit earlier. Yeah, been watching his... So I watched starting from the end of Samoa, and I watched all of Heroes vs. Villains, and then now he's doing Cagayan, and I've watched the first... Well, I mean, he's done the first half of the season, so I've watched all that. But again, Cagayan's my favorite season, so it's cool to see him react to things. Again, excited to see his reaction to Jeffra vote, LJ vote, Trish vote, even. Yeah, there's a lot of exciting stuff. I really like the post-merge of Cagayan is really like the peak of Cagayan. Like, I mean, that is like the best part of Cagayan. I was like, actually, through the rewatch, like through watching Cagayan on his streams, I'm probably like, I think the pre-merge isn't as strong as I remembered. In terms of like, I think there's like episode 3, they spend so much time talking about the weather on that season. I did not remember how much time they wasted talking about like how rainy it is and everything. Where like, I feel like they spend more time talking about the weather there than they do in like Samoa, where it was like nonstop rain the entire time. But I mean, yeah, still my favorite season. But still, it's like I definitely did not think it fully aged well there. What do you think of the Lindsay quit? I mean, he was kind of just like non-phased by it. Like he was someone that was like he was like really rooting for Cliff, and like he was just like kind of like didn't really have much of a reaction to the Lindsay quit. Which like I don't know. Like I just thinking like. I don't think he likes Survivor that much. Like I don't think he really like it's weird because like he has like these like big reactions to things, but I feel like a lot of those reactions are like just like him trying to be like this big reactor like content creator, where like I feel like for most things he doesn't actually care about the show. And, like, I think he's, like, mostly like, I think it's a situation where, like, I don't think he would ever watch Survivor if it wasn't on stream. Like, I don't think he actually cares about the show at all. It's just that he's doing it because he knows that people watch it and people like watching him watch it. But, like, he doesn't like it too much. Yeah, he cares so much about the challenges, which is really funny to me. And I will say, like, I do think part of this is that I think he's missing so much context on the show. Where, like, he's missing, like, 7 like, he skipped from Heroes vs. Villains to Cagayan. And, like, even in, like, Heroes vs. Villains, I feel like the strategy of the game had evolved so much in, like, the 8 seasons in between then. To where, like, people just did not care about challenge strength by that point. And, like, while, again, it is still idiotic to get rid of Garrett, like, in the second vote of the season and everything, and it's idiotic of, like, David Sampson to go after Garrett in the first round. Like, it's, like, really, it's, like, challenges don't matter in Survivor. And like I think by Kageon, like it's like really people did not care about challenges already. But yeah, and like I think it's interesting because like it's weird that he's coming from Here's His Villains, the season where and like Samoa, I think is probably actually a better example of like this jury that I guess Samoa's like debatable on whether they hated Russell necessarily, but they did not respect Russell and they did not want to give Russell the win. Coming from that to Kageon, a season where I would say that Tony's actually more strategically aggressive in the game than Russell was in Samoa. Yet they're going to hand the win to Tony, even though they seem more like actively pissed at Tony at Final Tribal. Like I think like Tony's Final Tribal performance or like Final Tribal, whatever, it's like he gets bashed on way more than Russell did in Samoa's Final Tribal. But it's like, it's funny that he's like missing this like context of like this 7-season period where like the meta of the game really started to respect like more gameplay, like based, like more strategy based gameplay, I guess. Where like I do think part of it, like again, I do think Russell kind of changed the meta a bit in that sense. Where, and I think specifically with Tony, like while I do think Tony as a whole played better than Russell did, I think he did a better job at managing the jury members, especially before Final Tribal. Like I still think that again, I think Russell wins Samoa if he had the Kageon jury. Like I don't think like Russell and Samoa, I don't think does anything egregiously bad to lose the jury votes of any modern jury. While obviously in Samoa he ends up losing there. Adam Palau does not focus a lot on Tom's strategic. Oh, yeah, that is interesting too. I didn't think about that too. Yeah. He did start with Palau, which is a very challenge-heavy season. Like, not even just like Tom, but like also the Oolong versus Karor stuff. Where like so much of the early game is obviously just Oolong losing challenge after challenge after challenge, and you see Karor come on top, and then yeah, with Tom, it's like Tom dominates the challenges in the end game. So yeah, I mean that's actually probably a thing that does greatly impact his view of the game. I didn't even think about that. Raquel wasn't pregnant. Do I think she would have accepted the CBS challenge? I would think so, especially if Kayla's going on there. I mean, I would expect that Raquel would have been a higher priority than Kayla. Like, I feel like Raquel feels like someone that could be on the challenge, while Kayla like doesn't really. But I suspect that they both got asked. What I think of Tony preseason Kageon, I thought he was going to flame out. Everyone did. I remember, like, even social media, what was so funny is that in the preseason, that, like, Tony, Spencer, and Cass kept on getting into fights on Twitter. And, like, everyone was, like, assuming, oh, they're getting into fights because, like, they hated each other on, like, the pre-jury trip or something to that nature. But then they end up being 3 of the final 4, which, again, was not expected. By the way, I did see that Wu, I think Wu's having a kid now. That's something. So, congratulations to Wu. I don't know why that just came to mind right now. Spencer and Jeremy publicly pitching to juries for better players to win 28-29. Changed how jury... Oh, fuck off, my computer just went. Whatever. But yeah, I think that played a factor as well. I mean, I think Redemption Island is probably the first step in that. Like, I think Boss Rob winning Redemption Island is like with David Murphy, like talking about how Boss Rob played the best game ever. And then I think we had Kim not too long after that. I think 2 like really dominant wins back to back. And then we follow that up with a much more aggressive strategic season in Philippines, where like, again, like the most dominant person or most strategically active person doesn't end up winning the season, but it is like kind of evolution in terms of like this is the first like live tribal to a degree, with the Jeff Kent vote, and then obviously we have Karamoan, which I think fully starts the like big moves era with Malcolm's Three Amigos tribal, and you follow that up with Blood versus Water, where you have the Rock Draw tribal. So I think it's all like, and you have Sarah voting on her mom, and like I think all that's like a steady evolution. I think Cagayan's like kind of the peak of this, where it's like that's kind of where like I think it goes all in on the big moves. And then obviously you have Natalie immediately after that, and then I mean I guess you can skip 30 to a degree, but then obviously like Cambodia is kind of this like becomes like a very like game body season where it's all about move after move after move without like much actual like character whatnot stuff going on. And it's like and like I do think actually probably the jury on that season is probably like one of the least game centric juries of that era. Where like I'm trying to think like what jury before that was like not trying to, because like I don't think because like yeah, like if it wasn't for Jeremy being in the end with Spencer, I feel like the jury would have looked a lot worse. Where like I think if Spencer had been at the end against, like had it been Spencer, Keith, and Tasha, Keith would have won. And I think that, and even if it was Kimmy, Spencer, and Tasha, Kimmy would have won. I think that would have been a much worse look for the jury there than what it is now, where it's like, okay, Jeremy beat Spencer and Tasha. And again, that makes sense. Like Jeremy, again, played a pretty dominant game. So it's like, and played a very strategically active game. And again, like that makes sense that Jeremy would win that. But I don't think it was a jury that was actually trying to reward strategic gameplay for the most part. I think they kind of just lucked into that. But, and then to be fair, we had Ko Wrong immediately after that, which is kind of also a knockdown. But I think Millennium's Gen X like kind of brought it back, and I think it's like kind of been game centric since then. Actually, yeah, there is that weird period. Yeah, like you have 30 through 32. Like that kind of like 3-season stretch where it's like kind of less game centric. I mean, like you can debate 30, where like I think again Mike, I think they did, or at least part of the jury voted for him as they like respected him as a competitor. But you'd have people like a Shireen, who I don't think was like, even though she talks about how she voted for game, I don't think that's actually the reason she voted for Mike. And yeah, I think like a Jen wasn't really voting on game. But yeah, like it is weird how like, yeah, there's that like period like right beforehand where like 25 through 29, I think it becomes a more game centric. And for 31 is, except for the jury vote, where like 31's obviously a very like game body strategic season, until like the very end where they decide to vote for like who has a family, essentially. And then 32 is like not very game. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's like it's game centric, but like they misinterpreted the game, I think is really 32. Where like, I mean, and I guess misinterpreted is probably the debate too, or it's like Jason and Scott, where it's like, did they really misinterpret, or did they just like not want to see it when it comes to Aubrey? Which again, like people say that like, oh, Jason and Scott were bitter. Like I don't know if they were bitter personally. Like I don't think that they were, at least not actively trying. Like they were not actively voting against Aubrey. I think they could have been subconsciously doing that. But I think they were voting pro Michelle based on like an incorrect read on Aubrey's game. But then I don't know if that incorrect read came from them not wanting to not wanting to see Aubrey's game. So like I always find it weird like with Ko Wrong on saying if it's a bitter jury or not. But yeah, like I think Millennium's Gen X, again, very game centric. Again, also I think probably misinterprets the game at some points, but again, still very game centric. 34, very game centric. Probably one of the least bitter, or one of the most game centric juries in the sense that they are bitter at Sarah, but still end up voting for her. And then like Ben is like questionable. Like I do think they were voting game, but it's just again not really the game view that like the super fan community has, but again, they were still voting game. And then, yeah, I mean, like, I guess Wendell's probably like not really as game centric. Where like Wendell, like a lot of Wendell's votes, where like if it was a game centric jury, I do think Dominic would have won. Where like Wendell really gets the votes of the people that weren't voting for a game. Where he gets the votes of Kellen, who I guess like technically voted for Game, in the sense that she wanted to reward the more like social player. You have Seabass, who did not vote for Game, who voted because he had a better relationship with Wendell, and also like did not like how how Dominic treated him on the end. And who else was there? Chelsea voted Game, but again, just like not really the way I look at the game. But again, she voted Game technically in voting for Wendell over Dominic. But anyway, I think that's a wonky one that I think you got. 37. I think a very game-centric jury, but also one that like Mike White just kind of gives up at the end. But still, game-centric jury. 38 game-centric, but again, like not really in the way that like I would reward. But like they did try to vote for a person that they thought played the best game. And then again, 39, I think very game-centric. 40, very game-centric. And then 41 game-centric, but again, probably not in the way that. I mean, I guess it makes, like, to be honest, at this point, I probably would have voted for Erica over Deshawn and Xander. Like, now knowing all the information that we know post-show, like, I think it's kind of close. I think it's close between Erica and Deshawn. But I think I would lean Erica. But it's like, I do think the jury for the most part is voting game-centric. But anyway, again, it's fucking 4 o'clock in the morning. How would I go on this long? We're almost at 5 hours in the stream, which I guess, by the way, at least this means that hopefully the Wi-Fi extender is working. So I don't have to, like, move my router to hardwire my PS5 every time I stream. So hopefully it keeps up. Hopefully next stream goes well, and at that point I feel more solidified in that. But yeah, so again, I think we're going to call it a night. I just realized I passed 200 followers. That's something. Again, like, the thing about Erica and Deshawn... Okay, I guess... All right, this is the final thing I'll talk about, because, again, it's way too fucking late. But Erica and Deshawn, I think Erica plays a much, much better much better last third of the game. I think from the final, 7 on, or really from the Shan boot on, I think Erica is playing a much better game, is the one that's actually in control of the game, essentially, where it's her and Heather that are major decision makers in the game, and really are keeping around Ricard as this meat shield that it's just a big target in front of him. While Deshawn plays a terrible back third. He is, again, someone that votes out Shan, ruins his position in the tribe, gets saved by Do or Die, afterwards tries to blow up the game on Erica, despite Erica being the one that's saving him in the game, which is a bad look to the jury. At the final 5, if Ricard wins immunity, which he was so close to doing, and kind of gets screwed over by the Erica's advantage, if that had not happened, then Deshawn would have been voted out 5. If there had been a standard vote at 4, Deshawn would have also been voted out there. Also, it's in terms of one of my bigger criticisms also was that I think Erica got lucky in the end game with not going up against Ricard at the end, because Ricard doesn't win Final 5 immunity because Erica found the advantage. And at that point, if he had won that Final 5 immunity, he would have been in fire making and would have had, and I assumed would have won a jury vote against anybody. However, at this point, that's not secure. It doesn't actually seem like he would. It seems like him versus Erica would have been very close. I think at that point, again, in terms of at least the Erica versus Ricard situation, I would definitely lean towards Erica in the sense that she was better positioned throughout the end game. Also would have beaten pretty much anybody, it seems like, in the end game. Pretty much after Shan goes home, it seems like Erica was tied with Ricard as the biggest jury threat. If not, again, probably beats Ricard in a very close vote. And also, I think her flaws from earlier in the game aren't as bad anymore. So, in the sense that, again, I thought she got lucky in the sense that at the if she had ever gone to Tribal, if Lou had ever gone to Tribal, I thought Erica would go home. At this point, Deshawn refutes that. He says that it would have been Sydney. So that's a thing there. I still knock the Hourglass twist. I still think that is something that she does get lucky in, but also it's a situation where she gets unlucky in the sense that this entire twist happens to begin with. She would have been voted out had she not, or she would have been a very likely boo had the Hourglass not been used. But That's also a situation where she's not at the beach. So because that she can't really campaign at that point. So obviously it's like an easy person for her to be targeted. But then also, again, if there was no Hourglass Twist at all, she wouldn't have been a target. At that point, like the Yasa members would have been very easy targets to go after over Erica. So, yeah, I mean, I think like every fault at this point like has at least a rebuttal to it. To where like I think the main criticism at this point, in terms of like, at least in terms of how the game played out, would be the Hourglass Twist. But like, again, there's at least a rebuttal there. And also it's like, yeah, I mean, like, I think she controls the back third of the game. I think in terms of on a winner ranking, I think the criticism is that she's not out in front for her first 2/3 of the game, where even though at this point I don't have as many flaws as the first 2/3, she's never like in a dominant position the first 2/3. Where she, again, I think Deshawn is in the better position, where like he is the person that is at the core of the original Luvu group, where he is the one that's going to be making the decision had they ever gone to tribal. At the merge, again, he is the person that is the leader of the majority alliance and the person that is looked at as the biggest threat. And it's not really until, again, he makes the move against Shan that his like jury chances start to crumble. I think Erica is a middle tier winner. I think she's like one spot above Adam. Is the last time I looked at the list is where I would put her. Yeah, again, like it's a game that's like, again, quote unquote dominant in the back third, but also like has very little control before that, but is also like not playing an actively bad game. So it's like I think in comparison to like an Ethan and like a Sophie, who I think are like a little bit above that in the tier, like both of them were in majority alliances from beginning to end. Like they didn't have as much control as certain other people in their seasons, but were still like in the majority alliance, part of the core of the majority alliance throughout the entire season. Erica was not. So like while I think Erica was more out in front during that back third of the game than like Ethan and Sophie ever were throughout their games, it's still like the first 2/3 where she's like very much not in control that keep her below that. So again, I think she's probably around where Adam is. Probably, again, higher than Adam. I think she's higher than Adam. I think she had more control in the back third than Adam did throughout his entire game, and also Adam's another one that like never really had that much control throughout his entire season, but was also like never like that poorly positioned in the sense that he was ever going home, but was also like more strategically aggressive than the people in like the bottom tier, to where like again like that's why he's like above like an Amber and like a Natalie White, because I think he was more actively playing the game. But anyway, okay, we're done. Again, why the fuck did this go to past 4 o'clock? Or 5 hours into this stream. But yeah, so again, we'll be back on Sunday. By then we'll have another episode of Australian Survivor. Jordy will probably be gone. We have BB Can. Kyle will be gone. And yeah, I mean, that'll be a thing. So, yeah, see you guys on Sunday. Continue on more AC3. Probably not make much progress in the main game, really, because I'll probably start to do side content, because there's certain side content I want to do. But yeah, that'll be for then. And until then, thank you guys for watching.